Well, the layout hasn't changed. We're still here at Athletic Park, but the time of day has our first afternoon game of the year, 2:05 start here from Medicine Hat, Alberta. It's Millers. It is Mavericks once again. The series, a three-game one. You don't see those often in the WCBL, but we've had the pleasure of getting to see one this weekend. And through two games, each team has picked up a win, and in different fashion. It was Weston Walls who pitched 8 complete on Friday night, with the Millers offense following right behind. Performances from Ben Wallazek and Thomas Soto and William Edwards, the names you hear often, and Michael Rago with the most notable. He had 3 hits in the first, but game 2, much different for the Mavericks. Julian Picorni, 5 scoreless in his Mavs home debut. Jax Graham came in, was great in relief. Tanner Hale looked really good in relief, and Evan Morrison, the local product, with his first home run of the season, and it was a grand slam to center field. So both these teams are dead even. They're almost square in the standings as well. The only thing separating them is the games that they've played. And on Little League Day in Medicine Hat, Alberta, a bunch of future potential Mavericks are in this building tonight, and their parents and them alike. So you will see lots of kids running for foul balls today, and that's what it's all about, teaching the next generation what this great game is about, and having some fun alongside it. And I know the trend is old, and I'm a 24-year-old who's about to mention this, but it is technically 6-7 day on the calendar, and would it be fitting that we have a bunch of kids in attendance? So lots of fun games. I'm sure there will be plenty centered around that within the pregame presentation. As far as we go on here, same thing as always. We're going to have lots of fun. We have our first player coming up here this season. Diego Centella will join us in the third. James Tubb will be up for the fourth, and then we will watch these two bitter rivals do it one more time, and we won't see them for a while after this, so it should be a fun one on a beautiful sunny day in Medicine Hat, and we're happy to bring it to you here on Flow Sports. Truman Bartman with you as always, as we will send you to a quick commercial break before we get into our starting lineups and we headline today's matchup. And we're just a few minutes out from our first pitch and, of course, national anthem, announcing the starting lineup in-game for the Mavericks. But let's announce it here on the broadcast, and it's a similar look to what we saw yesterday, but a couple of players moving into some different positions in the infield and outfield, and the most notable one is Blake Dale playing left field today. He's at second base and third base for most of his games, but in left tonight, and he's played some of that during his collegiate time at Kansas Wesleyan, and so he'll adjust well, or look to adjust well, to that spot. Evan Morrison back at first, Thomas Schnabel leading off, Carter Roth still in the cleanup spot at third base. Eric Calder features in at, now I realize there's two first basemen on here. Interesting lineup that I was given today. I believe, though, that Morrison is the DH. I'll have to get confirmation on that. Johnny Volcano in his usual spot at short. Takeo Cervantes, who has pitched, he has catched, and now he's playing second base. We will see him next to Volcano in the middle infield. Jaziel Grudelars will make his second plate appearance at home behind the plate tonight, and Josh Stark is over in right field. He had a two-hit night an evening ago. For the Miller Express, lots of changes. Chris Franks back in the two spot. Soto still in that one spot leading off and playing short. William Edwards is DHing. Jimmy Kurtz in left field. Garen Plummer over at first base. The last time we saw him, he caught here. Pacey Phillips moves from the outfield to the infield, starring at second. Jacob Mraz is still in right field. And for the first time in this series, we will see Evan Spirianis behind the plate catching. Ben Walazek in the 9-hole and at third base. And as the coaches exchange lineups, let's take a look at who our starting pitcher will be tonight for the Medicine Hat Mavericks, or I guess this afternoon rather, leading into tonight, and that will be Davin Highnote making his first start of the year. He's been used primarily as a reliever for the Mavericks. 5 strikeouts, a 13.50 ERA, has not qualified for a win or a loss. Speaking of Blake Dale and his collegiate year at Kansas Wesleyan, a pretty good one for Davin Highnote, who had a no-hitter in his first collegiate season with Kansas Wesleyan. So now that you're familiar with who's going to be in today's game, let's talk about the last two that have led us to this. Mentioned it a bit off the top of this show, but it's been two very different games for the Mavericks. The offense really wasn't there on Friday night. Yesterday, it appeared in big numbers, and that was in the bottom of the 8th inning when everything came alive, and Evan Morrison hit a long home run. But it was the scrappy hits that led them to that point, and not so much the long balls. Some good play from Josh Stark and Blake Dale, who got the party started, as Dale with an RBI to knock Stark across. And for the Miller Express, it's the same old game they've always played. Scrappy, aggressive, using their speed on the base path. And many of those guys you saw in yesterday's lineup who were pests on the path are back in again today. And now that we have all of the information that you need to know out of the way from what happened before, let's kind of headline what we have here today. This is a big one for the East Division standings. The winner of this game will control the tiebreaker between these two teams until they meet again, and that is pivotal, especially come playoff time. You could get an extra couple of home games in the postseason, and both teams have experienced being on the opposite side of that, where they miss by a game or two at the end of the year, and they've been in a good spot as well, like the Mavericks were last year. Being ahead of Regina, they were able to host Game 1 here, whereas the year prior, they had to go on the road, or the year before that, they had to go on the road as a lower seed. So very important when you get down the line, but obviously we'll pay attention to where these two are squarely at right now, and that is near the 500 mark, which is a bit surprising. The Saskatoon Berries controlling the division, and they have ever since they've entered the league. They're able to take players who have had good stints in the league prior and add them to their team, which we've seen throughout this year, and that's something that both the Mavericks and Miller Express have tried to emulate even prior to the Berries being in the WCBL, and it's something that most times can fare well. We saw that with Julian Picorni, who was added from Brooks yesterday, and the Miller Express. Every year you'll see one or two guys from an opposition, or from the opposition, usually the Saskatchewan teams, that they'll pluck a player from. So now we'll send it down to field level for our national anthem and our opening pitch, and then get back to our official action here from Athletic Park in Medicine Hat, Alberta. Packed house in front of us here today. This is the biggest crowd that Athletic Park has seen this year, and that is impressive, especially because the home opener was quite filled, especially in the crowd, and it is because it's Little League Day, as I mentioned prior, and a bunch of different teams coming in today to celebrate Little League Baseball, enjoy the Maverick action, and looks like we have a former umpire throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, and it's a Little League umpire, I believe, which connects well with the theme of today's game. And lots of Little League parks in the area. Just down the road, you have Lions Park 1 and 2, MacDonnell Field, and then not so much a Little League park, but Jeffries is just up the hill where some of the bigger players and more so high school players in the league play off of. Those are places that Evan Morrison and Josh Stark, the local products, very familiar with. And they, once upon a time, they were the kids in this audience getting to take in the Maverick action, especially for Stark, who had his two brothers play on the Mavericks prior to him arriving with the team in 2022 and now again here in 2026. Let's focus in on Davin Highnote on the mound. He hasn't had the start to his WCBL career that he was hoping for. His first appearance came in relief here at Athletic Park, where he was a part of that comeback effort from Regina, but he was on the end that he would have wished he wasn't on, which was the pitching side, giving up those runs that helped the Red Sox get into the driver's seat. And then after that, another performance in relief that didn't really go his way, but as a starter, his coach Andrew Bench has confidence that he'll be able to put up better numbers, and putting him in this scenario, he's hoping that he unlocks a new version of Highnote, and it felt like he was confident when I chatted with him that Highnote is going to be able to come out and put up strikes, fill up the zone, and that's something that Maverick pitchers have done well over their last two starts with Diego Centella and Julian Picorni going. First pitch strikes, that is something that the Mavericks look to prioritize. It is a big theme within their clubhouse and within their bullpen. It's always talked about. Get on the board early, set the tone, get the hitter off balance. We'll see if Highnote has that in his cards today. And the first guy he's going to see is the first guy we've seen for the past 2 days, Thomas Soto. My guess is he's going to be going to the right-hand side from our vantage point, which means he will be batting as a lefty. We haven't seen him bat right in this matchup at all, which is interesting for the switch hitter, but it speaks to the theme of the Mavs pitching staff, which is that they are all righties. So Soto steps into the batter's box. He will stare down high note for the first time this season. High note, first pitch strike. So right on theme with what Andrew Bench had talked about, is the flame-throwing righty plants one on his first pitch. High note, knee up, and Thomas Soto's going to go into left field. A base hit to start off the game for number 22, and that is something the Mavericks have feared, letting Soto get to first base. It's a part of the game plan in which they look to work against, and that's a luxury for Moose Jaw, having Wolozek in the 9 spot, Soto in the 1 spot. But because it's the first inning, they won't be able to play off of each other here, and instead, the Millers will turn over to the guy who's batting 2 today in Chris Franks. Franks batting 2 on Friday's game, and yesterday came in as a pinch hitter. He'll get the full game to work today against High Note. High Note, that one up top, and the athletic Jaziel Grudelaar is able to stretch up and grab it. That's one luxury that the Mavericks have, is a very athletic catcher with a lively arm in Grudelaars. 1-0 the count here, with Soto over on first base, always a threat to steal. And a longer lead than usual for Soto at first, as High Note puts in a strike. High Note's first time working with Grudelaars as well. Mentioned that Grudelaars came in with the Mavs a little bit later than most of the other players. It was him and Frankie Giacalone who drove up together. Soto hopping around over at first. He's going to go. High Note sails it quick out of the arm of Grudelaars, and he almost got Soto at second, but Soto is safe. And a stolen bag here in the first inning for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Will that be the theme of today's game? 2-1 the count here to Franks, and now he's got a guy in scoring position. High Note, a long stare. Now he's on the same page as Grudelaars. Soto hopping around again. That pitch is going to miss, and High Note's behind here, 3-1. Taking a look at the forecast today, it's supposed to be sunny throughout most of today's game. Clear skies, a little bit of a breeze, and as you could have guessed, if you've listened to prior broadcasts, it is moving left to right. High Note, a quick look back over to second. Franks frozen there, and he'll work a walk to first base. And it will bring up William Edwards. Edwards was batting under 200 to begin the year. It's something we didn't see at all from him a season ago in 2025. He was near the top of the league in batting average. He's improved over the last couple of games here against the Mavericks, as Edwards now up to 222, 4 strikeouts and 6 walks on the season, and just 6 hits for the righty. He's got 2 on here and a chance to get a few RBIs. Soto heading for third. Grudelaars is going to airmail it into right field, or left field rather, and Soto will come in to score. And so the first run is on the board for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Soto taking 3 different bags here, swiping second via the steal, and then the errant throw sent him home. And already potentially it looks like we are going to have a mound meeting here. Can't tell if that's Andrew Bench or Ryan Reed out there, but someone to discuss with High Note nonetheless. This is not what you want from your starter. No outs here for the Mavericks. 2 base runners. 1 came in to score, and you have one of the more feared hitters at the plate. And it was Ryan Reed who was out on the mound, so he'll head back to the dugout, trying to help High Note settle in here. High Note into the glove. Sitting behind him is Chris Franks. Double take the way of Franks, and now one right at the head of William Edwards, and looks like High Note's lost control. A throw over to second as Franks was far off of second base, and able to block it there was Blake Dale. That's one thing with Grudelaars. He's ready to throw at any time, and that time it almost caught Dale off guard. High note. 2-0 count here to William Edwards, the last one awfully close to his head. High note will step off and then throw in and out of the glove of Cervantes. So some miscommunications here for the Mavericks. That's not something you want to see in the first inning. After a successful game a night ago, it looks like there's a bit of fatigue, and we haven't even played a game yet. Of course, that could always be massaged out as the game goes on. High note. It's going to lower that pitch, and now it's 3-0. Looks like there's some shaking going on down in the Mavericks dugout. We'll see if they have a pitcher coming up here if High note continues to struggle. That one blocked by Grudelars, and it's a 4-pitch walk to William Edwards. And there is a pitcher heading down to the Mavs bullpen, and it's going to be Adam Volcano, who I got a chance to chat with pregame in a different role this year as Volcano. He's come in periodically the last couple of years, and he's a guy that can fill anywhere in the lineup. But the biggest difference for him is that he's now a veteran of this squad. He's been around the city, been around a lot of these players, seen a lot of pitchers in this league, and I talked to him about that change for him. Does it feel different? And he said it does in some ways, but he just continues to try and do the same things that he's done before, and he knows there's a little more responsibility, but trying to do the same things that his brother does have been a help, as a perfect throw there from Grudelars, and they will get Franks, who is trying to steal third, the tag put on by Carter Roth. So one out here for High note and the Mavs. Took a bit to get there, and now he'll hone back in on Jimmy Kurtz. One last note on Adam Volcano jumping into a veteran role. He's been able to help a lot of the younger Mavs, and Ethan Chenard spoke very highly of him and his ability to bring energy to this group. High note. That one doesn't touch the strike zone, and so it's 2-0 here to Jimmy Kurtz. Quick look over to first from High note. And runner going to go in Edwards. Grudelars right on target, and they get Edwards. 2 throwdowns for Jaziel Grudelars. And I'm not sure the Miller Express are familiar with his game. That was the first thing that Ryan Reed said when he described Grudelars. He's got a cannon, and he's already gunned down 2 runners here in the first inning. And in many ways, he saved his pitcher in High note, who's had trouble with his command. 3-0 count. And there's a strike to Kurtz. Just 1 run coming in. The Mavs very fortunate that Jaziel is their catcher behind the plate today. Kurtz, bat to shoulder. Glove to the side of High note, and he paints the side of the strike zone. Kurtz was trying to hop out of the way, maybe trying to sneak a call. And he will step out. It's a full count now to the Miller Express lefty. High note. One breath. Here comes the pitch, and a swing and a miss. Wow, that first had a lot of parts. Jaziel Grudelars with 2 throwdowns for outs. The Miller Express lively on the base path, and they get 1 to come through. It is Thomas Soto who swoops home and puts the first run of this game up on the board as we send you to commercial break. We'll get a few messages from BrokerLink, IKS Live, and Stringham Law.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
For a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
And it's typical for the Mavericks here in this inning. They go to Thomas Schnabel, their leadoff hitter in the bottom of the first. And the pitcher on the mound, Gio Lugo rather. They had a Gio Soto last year, so easy to confuse the two. Gio Lugo coming into this game has a couple of strikeouts on the season as this one is mailed by. 5.40 ERA, 3 Ks for Lugo. Wearing the number 23 out there as he gets reacquainted with his catcher. Lugo spending a couple of summer seasons elsewhere. This is his first time playing for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Beforehand, he was with Miami Gardens in 2024 and 2025. And Schnabel is going to hammer this one over into left center. Trudging onto it and making the play is Chris Franks for out number 1. Franks, decent range in center field. The guy who hit it towards him, Thomas Schnabel, may have the best range of anybody in the league, at least that I've seen of so far. Great speed for the center fielder in Schnabel. But we'll turn it over to Blake Dale now at the plate. Dale, multi-sport athlete, close to a 5-tool baseball player as well. Played basketball and football and, of course, an avid golfer during his time away from the diamond throughout his life. A big fisher back in his day as well. That's a big thing down in Riverton, Wyoming, where Dale is from. Lugo, gonna miss there. He's pulled a couple of pitches to that far side and looks like he's struggling with his off-speed stuff more than his fastball variations. 2-0 the count here, and he gets a swing from Dale as he adds some velocity to the last pitch. Soto in his last 2 summer seasons, or Lugo rather in his last 2 summer seasons, has put up a 4 ERA, almost exactly that in both, 4.6 in the 24 season and a 4 flat in the 25 season. He's around that right now as well in his WCBL rookie year. Lugo. That one fouled off by Dale. That will make its way to the parking lot, which has been repaved this year. That's one of the new features at Athletic Park. You always wonder if a ballpark is the same from one year to the next. It's almost never, and the biggest renovation for the Mavs this year was getting that parking lot paved. Trust me, it was falling apart last year, and now they got some new tar down there. As this one over towards third base. The play is going to be made by Ben Wallazek, usually stationed at second, but can play anywhere around the infield. They like him, though, stationed between second and third for the most part. And here comes Evan Morrison. In his last at-bat, he homered out into center field and asked him about the pitch in the at-bat, and he said he knew he had it. It was in his sweet spot, and he was able to drive it far. There was a pitch prior that he fouled off into right field, and that one went over the fence, and if it was in play, would have definitely cleared the wall in most parts of the park. And he said that he realized that the pitcher might have been going back to his slider there because he gave him one prior, and he felt like he was going to land it in the zone. So he was waiting on that and ready for that pitch. And speaks to the mindset of Morrison at the plate. It's 1-1 here. Now 2-1 as Lugo misses outside. You could tell the energy was different with Morrison last night too. The confidence that a big hit like that can bring a player. And we'll see if it rolls out into this game as well. Now a 3-1 count to the lefty. Morrison squats down. Lugo stutter steps. Now he'll step into it and throw it wide. So a 5-pitch walk here to Evan Morrison, who has been really good at working walks this year. Did one in a big spot yesterday, loading up the bases. He has one in the first in today's game. And up to the plate is Carter Roth. It wasn't your usual Carter Roth outing yesterday. Lots of contact, but he didn't really get close to being on base. A couple of shallow hits. One was caught by Soto over at short. You know, if you're Roth, you're looking to make contact early here. If Lugo gives you the opportunity to do so. That time he was outside with the first offering. You like the righty-on-righty matchup here if you're Roth. Lugo. Roth will pop this one up, and that's been the theme of the last couple of games. Having trouble with it over at second, and Soto makes the play at short. Pacey Phillips blinded by the sun, but the Miller Express get out of the first inning unscathed. One left on, it was Morrison at first. Millers, with the lead through 1, will head to 2 after a few words from our sponsors.
Baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archive game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
Always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
One nothing lead for the Miller Express. High Note remains on the mound. The Mavericks were sending down a pitcher to warm up, but it looks like he sat down since. Couldn't even get a number. It was so quick with what was transpiring down at the Mavs bullpen, and with all the chaos around High Note, of course, I'm sure he was thanking Jaziel Grudelars after that inning. And now he'll face off as he gets a check swing there from Garen Plummer, who's at first base today. He caught in his first matchup with the Mavericks. And he had a nice play right against the netting, and then also a dropped one that was right at home plate. High Note stares at the ground, now looks back and plunks Plummer. So it's bag one for Garen Plummer here, and a similar start to the inning here as the inning prior. Soto was via the walk, hit by pitch here for Plummer. It'll bring up Pacey Phillips, the utility man who plays all over the diamond, playing in left field, playing second base today, and always batting left-handed. That's the only thing that stays consistent for Phillips. Phillips going to school in Bismarck as he lets that go by for a ball. Tap of the hat here from High Note. It's difficult for pitchers to pitch with pressure. Base runners cause a lot of tough innings for these pitchers, especially when they get on early. Just the stress of having a guy behind you, especially when you play the Moose Jaw Miller Express, because of their ability to steal, and that's always been a part of their DNA. And High Note playing right into their structure here. 2-0 to Phillips. Phillips, this could be a double play. Volcano takes it himself over to first, and getting a toe on it is Eric Calder. Oh, tiptoeing over at first base. A beautiful play by Calder, and not easy with that throw, pulling him off of the bag. So 2 outs here for the Mavericks, and their defense has been stout so far, and it's probably taken a couple of runs away from the Miller Express. This lead could be much larger. Jacob Mraz will bat. First time in this game. Got into the lineup yesterday. Still in right field. High note. Floats that one in for strike one, going off speed. High note. You can see him directing actions with the ball there. And usually it's much more subtle. It's a head nod or a head shake, but first time working with Grudelars, you got to make sure that you are on the same page. They are here. It's a 0-2 count to Mraz. High note. Swing and a miss and a strikeout to Jacob Mraz. So the defense does their part, and high note ends on exactly that with a strikeout as we move to the bottom of the second inning. And a quick word from Flow Sports. Eric Calder with a great play to get out number 2 of last inning on the double play that was executed by Johnny Volcano. We've seen Volcano take it a couple times this year on his own, and I don't think it's so much a trust thing. I think it's just that he's super fast, and why not use your speed when you have the opportunity to? Calder, one of the better Maverick hitters this year. He hasn't gotten into the lineup a whole bunch, which has been interesting, but they give him an opportunity to do just that today, and he sends one over to Soto, who makes a play with the glove. So Calder's down, first out here, the bottom of the second inning. And in the spirit of Little League Day, let's tell you a little bit about Medicine Hat Little League. It was formed in the 1950s. That was a long time ago, if my calculations are right, and it is always prioritized growing the game and helping youth get into it. And there's plenty of teams throughout this community, and many of them, as I found out throughout this week, have very interesting names. That's one of the weird parts of it. There was teams named the Strawberries, the Blue Blasting Bears, and then, of course, there's your general ones that follow the guidelines of MLB teams. You'll hear the Giants and the A's and the Yankees, and, of course, the Blue Jays, who are known as Canada's team. There's even some junior Maverick teams these days. So all these young ball players around Medicine Hat finding their spots, finding their joy for the game. You can't really miss wherever you go. Back to Lugo on the mound now, and shaking that pitch is Johnny Volcano. 2-2 the count here to Volcano, with the 1 out already wrapped up by the Miller Express. Volcano fouls that back to the netting. Just under it there. A better game for Volcano yesterday. He had a couple of hits and made his mark at the plate. Lugo will backhand it, the long walk back up to the mound. you don't really know what pitchers are made of at the beginning of the year, because you could have a tough first outing and then cruise along throughout the rest of the season. It takes a couple of games to discover who you got, and for the Miller Express, this is an important game to figure out who they have in Lugo, because he's pitched in limited innings, and he didn't pitch at all at St. Thomas this year during his time in school. He's a bit of a mystery man, and we know how they've fared in the past with guys who haven't had chances and guys that the league doesn't know a lot about. You think of Rudy Guardiola, who's set to join their team this year, coming out last year, and he delivered several beautiful games and was really good and ended up making the All-Star game because of his accolades that he piled up throughout the year, was in the running for pitcher of the year. And who knows, maybe Lugo has a bit of that in him, but he'll walk Volcano here. The Mavs doing the same with High Note in this game. They don't quite know what they have. And a couple tough outings can happen to any pitcher. You don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction and make a decision too early on. Here's Takeo Cervantes. Cervantes came in as a pitcher, but he's played everywhere, mentioned during our lineup read. Cervantes has a really solid swing on him, and the thing that people have pointed out is his plane is very good. There's a strike on the first offering here from Lugo. Volcano, not a long lead over at first base. Playing tight to him over there is Plummer, and Cervantes will pop this one up over Athletic Park and foul. Looking over to Ryan Reed, who's at third base in this game, pointing down towards the grass. And it's one thing that I'm still yet to learn about is some of the signs and tells out there that are made by coaches throughout the game. And Cervantes gets hit here, so he's going to be off to first base, and you can see him grimacing in pain. And the first hit by pitch of the day for Lugo. We saw one in the last inning for High Note. Jaziel Grudelars has done it with the arm. Can he do it with the bat? Cervantes still shaking off his arm over at first base. And back to what I was mentioning about the signs is every team has a different set. There's some weird motions that you see during the game, and unless you are right in a coach's ear, you're probably not going to figure out what they are about. So as the season goes along, we'll see what signs are used more, what motions are gone to by Ryan Reed and his staff. And I guess we'll start to put plays to signs as we go. First strike here to Grudelars. Two runners on base for the Mavericks, and just the one out here. Soto with the catch early on. Lugo off speed, that one outside for ball one. Lugo will take his time and allow a little more for Grudelars. Lugo, double take towards second. Grudelars with a high swing there as he fouls that one off to the net. Ball boy will run out to grab it. You'll see that a couple times a game. We haven't seen a battle between the two. Of course, there's one stationed in the Miller Express dugout, one in the Mavericks dugout. And in years past, we've seen them dart out at the same time when the ball is directly in the middle. And it's a game within the larger game. And I'm excited to see when our first one is and who reigns victorious. Grudelars. That one bouncing off the glove, and it'll be a throw to first to get Grudelars. Almost could have been a double play there at second, as Pacey Phillips had trouble handling the fastball. Josh Stark in the 9 spot, but he's anything but a 9-hole hitter, and his stats, they prove that. Another good game yesterday with a pair of hits, a .391 average. That's second best on the Mavericks. He's appeared in 6 games this year, 8 RBIs, a home run on the road. A chance to score a couple more here for Stark. And he's going to line this one over to left field, and it's just foul. That would have been the perfect positional hit for Stark as he leaned that one over. It doesn't have to be the hardest contact for Stark. He's just looking to put it in play. Lugo back onto the rubber, and that ushers Stark back into the batter's box. 0-1 count. Runner on second, a runner on third for the Mavs, who are trying to tie this game, but they got a chance to take the lead as well, depending on what Stark does here. Waiting on deck is the leadoff hitter in Schnabel. Lugo into the trap. Here comes the pitch. Stark fouls that one off, and it's now 1-2. We've seen Stark swing at the first two pitches in many of his at-bats throughout the course of this season, but he recovers so well and he challenges well after. He never gives up on any at-bat, and it's that positivity that continues to propel him forward and make him one of the Mavs' best hitters in the early season. Lugo looking for one more strike here. Here comes the pitch, and a swing and a miss as he gets Stark. Two stranded in scoring position for the Mavs as the Millers hang on to a one-run lead as we evacuate the second inning of play. We'll be back here in Medicine Hat in just a few after a few words from Centennial Storage.
For more than 40 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Sentinel Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
And it's the top of the third, so it's time to take a look at today's head-to-head between the Miller Express and the Mavericks. Medicine Hat coming into today's game. One more game played compared to the Millers, and they got a 4-4 record, one spot ahead in the standings. 3-4 are Moose Jaw, each team with a win in the head-to-head. 70 runs scored by the Mavericks, and one of the only teams that's ahead of them in that category is the Okotoks Dogs, who've had some big games, including a 20-run game against the Lethbridge Bulls, and that now results in a forfeit in this league, or not a forfeit, but a quicker exit as the game is called once a team is up by 10 runs entering the ninth. 48 runs scored by the Miller Express, who trail far behind. There aren't a whole lot of teams with positive run differentials this year. The only teams that showcase that are the Mavericks, the Berries, the Bulls, and, of course, the Dogs, who we mentioned have more than the Mavericks prior. First pitch is a strike here from Highnote, who looks to settle in for inning 3. At one point, it seemed like he could be coming out during the first inning. Highnote. That one awfully close to the strike zone as he pounds the fastball. It's just high. High note, quick kick, and the pitch is in. And this is supposed to be Evan Spirianis' spot in the lineup. But judging by the number, unless he's made a switch, could be a different player for the Miller Express. The original lineup card that I was given had Spirianis in this spot. But 46 on their roster is also Spirianis. So they had him down as number 8 on the lineup card. But it looks like things are all correct, at least name-wise, for who they had in the order and batting in the 8th spot. And it's going to be a walk here to Spirianis. One man on. That's something Highnote's seen a lot of. Here comes Ben Wallazek. Perfect partner for Thomas Soto, going from 9-1 in this order. Soto's on deck here. And Spirianis might not be a part of the speed package that the Miller Express can deploy, but he's going to have to be running fast here because he's got some track stars behind him if they reach base. High note. That one close to the shoulder of Wallazek, who takes for ball 1. Wallazek, a very feisty player, a very vocal player as well. Seems to wear his heart on his sleeve every time he steps onto the diamond. That one close to him again. Looks like High Note's miss is inside, at least to right-handed batters. 2-0 with one on. That's how a lot of these innings have started for the Mavs, and they've gotten out of trouble, but how much longer can they do that as Wallacek gets hit here? And High Note was flirting with it, and Wallacek is down in pain. That is a guy that is essential to the success of the Miller Express, and you never want to see a guy of his caliber go down. Looks like he's going to shake it off and be okay, as his first base coach will check on him, and Andrew Bench will have a check-in his way on the mound here with High Note. And there is a player warming up down at the Mavericks bullpen, or at least getting ready to do so, and it looks like it's David Heinen. It's going to be tough to keep that in mind, too. DHs from Davin High Note to David Heinen. Good thing they're not playing together, because you get those two confused all the time. His Bench's conversation is over, and now we'll turn our attention back to home plate, where Thomas Soto makes his second appearance of the afternoon. Soto will stretch it out here. And while Soto gets ready, we might as well introduce our guest for the day. Diego, it's been a long time coming. You come up here before games, and that's been talked about before, but we finally get you on a broadcast. Welcome.
Hi, how you doing?
Not too bad. It's a great day for baseball, sunny outside. Diego, you've been with the Mavs for 2 years. You've enjoyed a lot of success. What is it like being on the other side on an off day where you're not in the game?
Being in the dugout, try to have some fun even though you're not in the game. It's kind of different, but as a pitcher, you don't have a lot to do when you're not on the field 24/7. So you always try to find ways to help your teammates, be a cheerleader basically, and also like find a ways to have some fun as well, like try to catch signs, or try to catch, like, if the pitcher is giving up any he's tipping any pitches or anything like that, or help on runners on bases and all that stuff. Try to be as useful as possible, even though you cannot do so much.
Some runners on base here for the Miller Express. A 2-1 count as High Note continues to work, and he misses outside there. It seems like he's, from his vantage point, favoring that right-hand side a bit with his miss. High Note waiting to get on the same page as Grudelars. High Note, that one's low, so another walk. Soto's off to first base. He had the same thing in his first plate appearance. I guess in yesterday's game. Today's game, he went over into left field. Bases are loaded here with nobody out. Diego, a tough spot early on.
I mean, I know he's trying to make an adjustment, try to make us as quick as possible. I know he's been missing High, and then every time he trying to make an adjustment, like he yanks the ball down. It's just a thing of finding a middle point right here and find a strike.
High Note does just that. So
that's right. Speaking
it into existence, Diego, when you're watching from afar, can you almost predict what a pitcher's going to do, like you just kind of did in that case there?
Yeah, I mean, that's like you trying to do something that is gonna make you change your eyes, like your way to move to the plate.
This one into center field, and it's a base hit for Chris Franks. Could score two. The speed of Wallacek always good, and he's in there. It is now a 3-0 Miller Express lead, and a good piece of hitting there from Franks straight into center field.
Yeah, hit right down the middle. Super confident about that swing. But, I mean, we still have plenty of game to go, so should not be worried, should not be alarmed right now. But, yeah, I mean, I know we're going to find a way to get out pretty quick and, like, try to get ahead of the counts as soon as possible.
And a pitching change here as High Note comes out of the game, and we'll see who they have coming in here Maverick-wise.
That's Adam Volcano.
So Adam Volcano, the utility man. Diego, what can you tell us about him as a pitcher? You've spent the last almost 2 years. I guess this is year number 2 with Volcano as a teammate. What does he feature on the mound?
I don't know a lot about his pitches. I know he has like fastball, sinker. He tries to throw a slider right there. He's not. I'm not trying to throw my guy to the river here. Of course, he's not the pitcher. Like that's not his main position here. But I know every time he's gonna go there, he's gonna try to go and compete at his best level. I'll trust him like in situations, in any situation, put him in. I know he will try to get strikes, get a lot of swings. Since he's not like a power pitcher, he's not gonna throw you in the high 80s, mid 80s. But as I said, that's not his main position at all. So I'll feel like he will try to just get strikes, get swings, get pop-ups, get ground balls for the defense to work, get quick outs with ground balls to convert them into double plays and all those stuff. So yeah, I know that's his strength, getting weak contact in general.
And for Volcano, you guys share a similar mindset as players. You're always upbeat, tons of energy, and a good influence on the team. Is that something you guys have ever talked about? Is that something that maybe has helped you guys connect early on when you were first teammates last year?
I'll say so. Partially because like our lockers are pretty much close to each other, and we really like hang out on the regular. Like we are on grounds crew together and all that stuff. So we like to hang out a lot, and like we always laugh at each other, and we're pretty good teammates and pretty good friends, and I feel like that's what we want to transmit to others as well when we're not playing, since like he's not playing every game, and he's also like in the dugout sometimes. When he's not playing on the field, of course he's gonna be like in the dugout trying to like cheer us up and like be part of the game. So, and yeah, I mean, his energy is contagious. Same thing with his smile and all that stuff. He's a great guy, and yeah, I really love him.
Well, I'm not sure he's going to be smiling here as he has to face William Edwards first. Edwards already leaving his mark on this game. He walked his first time up and was a part of that bases loaded crew that happened in the early part of this game. 1 ball to Edwards here. 2 runners on, Soto the front one, so you know there's going to be speed in that area. Volcano. Pitch on the way, and he floats that in for a strike. There's always an importance of throwing first pitch strikes, Diego, but the ability to battle back almost is just as important.
That's right. Yeah, especially when first pitch is not strike, and you start with a ball or behind the count. When I'm on the mound, at least, I don't try to think, throw this fastball specifically here.
Edwards going to go out into right field, and slowing that down is Stark. Soto will come in to score, and now it's a 4-0 Miller Express lead. Some weak contact there from Edwards, but calculated.
Yep.
A guy that you see that do that a lot.
Yeah, this lineup is actually full of slap hitters, super small ball guys that will run with any situation. As you when I was pitching there on Friday, a lot of them actually show me bunt, and like others try to run on me. So yeah, I mean, bunch of slap hitters, as I said, not a lot of power. Like as long as I saw from them, but like bunch of slap hitters. They always trying to find a way to get at least a hit in any possible situation. They got like 2 bloopers off of me. So yeah, and as you can see, weak contact, like not the best swing, but it got the job done. And this is basically their style of playing. Yeah, same thing was last year. Not a lot of power, but like a lot of slap hitters as well, and a lot of speed on the bases.
0-2 count here as Volcano gets up right away. Yeah, and that slap hitting is not a knock. There's an art to that, and you have to have ability to put the ball in play.
Mm-hmm.
You see Carter Roth, he might not be a guy that always puts it over the fence for the Mavs. He's a guy that's going to do some similar things to what we see from the Miller Express.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt's behind here. Volcano couldn't generate a swing this time around, and the count is 1-2.
I still think that was a good pitch, great spot outside. Um, I feel like with no outs, better thing, like the best thing to do is get a ground ball for a double play right here.
Wishful thinking, but of course that's the
Yeah.
hope. Throw over to Calder at first, who picks it up with the dustpan. Volcano will step back towards the rubber here with runners on the corners. Quick shoulder check, and now he'll look back down at Jimmy Kurtz. Kicks and deals and fouled off by Kurtz. Diego, I talked about this on the broadcast the other day. You saying that when you are on the mound, you don't even look at who the hitter is, and that gives you confidence to face anybody. Is that the same for all pitchers, or is that something that you've just kind of found that you do?
Not 100%. I know that some guys will like to look at the hitters so they know who they're facing, and like that gives them even more confidence. Like, oh, this guy hits good, I'm going to strike him out. And for me, it's not like that's not the case. The less, I don't care who's up. Like if I'm looking at my catcher, if I'm looking at my zone, I'm still, I just quiet the visual noise around it and don't think about it at all. Of course, I'll look at him like once or twice, but nothing is that he's not my focus. Uh, some guys I know they probably look at him. Some of them are big, like I'm gonna stare at you and all that stuff, like trying to give you that I'm the best, like I'm better than you energy. So yeah, that depends on everybody. As I said, I really don't like to look at him. It's not that I'm scared or anything. It's just that that's my mindset. I don't have to look at you. I'm focused on the strike zone and like stay and look and focus in that spot and my spots, the ones I want to hit throughout like my sequences and pitching and throughout the game.
Volcano, 2-2 count. Kurtz fouls it off again. He's not scared of the matchup here. Neither guy is. Volcano going right after him, and for a guy that hasn't pitched often, that's a good sign to see that he's not shying away or trying to work around the hitter in Kurtz.
That's right. Yeah. When we went to Regina actually last week and he pitched, I never saw him scared or anything. Even though he was like not throwing his hardest at all, he was still very competitive with every single pitch that he was throwing.
2-2 pitch. Volcano looking to generate a swing there as he went out of the zone, and at times you want to fill up the zone a whole bunch. That one looked more intentional. Working it to a full count here isn't the worst thing. You still have an open base, and you're looking to strike Kurtz out here and then maybe bring the double play into effect.
Yeah. When you think about it, like he had two swings, kind of late swings because they were like on the foul area. There you go. Yeah, and then you're trying to see if he's gonna swing at the same pitch, trying to tunnel that pitch with something that's gonna move kind of the same way, and then it's just gonna move away from his barrel, and trying to get that swing and miss. I'm assuming that was not his approach. He kind of saw something different, so that's why he didn't swing at it. But I still think that was not a bad pitch, and yeah, this is a long at bat as you can see, and they're both battling.
Volcano stares down, gets a pitch that he wants, fires it, and he's going to get Kurtz to pop up. Ranging all the way over from short, and then stumbling was Volcano. That's not an easy play to make for Johnny, and he got fortunate that Franks held on, especially with the slip there.
Yep. And especially on days like this where you can see like the flags are actually like kind of straight, pop-ups like that become pretty hard to get, and like bloopers like that. And this team is, as I said, slab hitters. They will try to get hits just like that most of the time. Everybody wants to hit a bomb. Everyone wants to hit the ball hard. But if you master that slab hitting and getting on in like zones that no man's land, so you can see like right in between that you see the triangles and you see the similarities. Like it's very very hard to hit it that way, but like those are the kind of hits that every pitcher and every pitcher is gonna tell you that it's gonna frustrate them, and no one likes it. No one likes those kind of hits when you're pitching.
So I shouldn't even ask you if it frustrates you because
Nah,
I already know the answer.
Because like if you really think about it, this is a game of like everyone wants to hit the ball hard, and when they get like bloopers like that, it's frustrating because you didn't get beat, but you beat me with something soft, like a weak contact is what you want to generate sometimes, and it just works their way. And yeah, it's just like luck factor sometimes. You know what I mean?
Well, there's always luck within the game.
Yeah, but like that's like that plus that gives them like that advantage, and you're like, oh, like super weak contact that just worked for them for some reason.
Volcano. Ooh, a diving stop there from Grudelars. What can you tell me about the acrobatics that he's performed behind the plate the last couple of games?
Yeah, that guy is a wall. He will try to stop every single ball and not let anything go past him. I think he's a great catcher. And like, there's guys that don't really like to move fast to the plate, or like that's not their way of pitching. And some like it's understandable. Some guys like feel more comfortable like moving slower.
Stark gonna bring that down, so a run comes in to score. It's Franks on the sacrifice fly. Now 2 outs. Continue your point there.
Yeah, some guys will feel more comfortable feeling the heel, like going down the hill slower. But when running some bases, that changes your whole kind of like your mechanics, and like when you go from the stretch and trying to go quick, so you give the catchers a chance, right? A big chance of getting the guys when they're running. But I mean, sometimes you feel like with Jaziel's arm, because he has a good arm and he can get to the bases real quick. You don't have to get in a rush to get the guys out. Of course, you still have to give him a chance, but he has shown us that he can get to anyone, even if you're like a little late, a little bit above 1.3, to the plate. So yeah, very, very. It's an asset in this game.
Swan 1-1 at the plate here. 2 outs now for the Mavs, but they do give up some runs in this inning for the run total high of the day. This one grounded over towards Cervantes, and a long stretch there from Eric Calder, who makes the grab, so that will get us out of the top of the third inning. We'll head to the bottom half, and Diego, fortunate we get you to stick around. So while we have some time in between, we want to get to know, or I guess the audience wants to get to know you a bit more as a character and what you're all about. We talked about the energy. Introduce what you bring to the clubhouse, and no, it's not going to come across as flexing. You just want to know your personality.
I don't know. I would just like to show everybody that nothing, like, even if we lose or any kind of situation, anything could be tough. You just gotta keep going. I mean, it's a bunch of games. Even though if we have like bad outings or good games or no one had their day, there's other guys. Like, the energy is contagious, right? And it's always about like having fun, and of course you want to compete and you want to win, and it sucks to lose, but if you just keep your mind in, oh, I suck today. Can I say suck? Yeah, I suck today.
You don't need to censor yourself on suck.
Yeah. I suck today. This is going to be like that the rest of the season. No, like, scratch it, flush it, whatever. Go next game. That already happened. Let's just go get another one. Go get another inning. Go get another pitch. And always show up to the field with a smile. Try to bring the energy, change everybody's mood. Because smiling and being funny and all that stuff is contagious. And, like, it's better to win when you have fun. And I've learned that throughout the years. And, yeah, I really like to show you that energy to the guys.
Lugo will match up with Schnabel here. Your famous saying. I'm giving you a layup for it. Your famous saying.
What?
You have one saying that you say every year, and it's become famous.
Like, I love baseball? that
Do you
part.
love baseball?
I,
Yes.
yeah.
There you go.
Every
It's
time,
your saying,
yeah.
and you forgot it. Come
Yeah,
on, Diego.
no, I haven't forgot. I haven't done it like this past few weeks. I don't know why. It's just trying to get like a little bit more comfortable with the team first, and then start doing that because it's just trying to like be more and be part of the team and like everybody gets that energy and slow it down the way, because I didn't start to do that. I don't know, probably like a month into the season last year, and it sort of just came out. But yeah, it's I really like to do that. It brings the energy, it brings everybody up, and like it hypes everybody up, and everybody's laughing, everybody's having fun. So yeah.
A favorable count here for Schnabel. He's going to ground towards Soto, ranging away to first, and that's not a guy that you're going to be able to get on that throw as good of a defender as Soto is. I'm sure you've seen a lot in practice, Diego, the speed that Thomas has.
Yeah, I mean, he can move really fast throughout the bases. I've seen him at BP. He's just sprinting for every single fly ball, and he's a great guy as well. So like you can talk to him anytime, and yeah, great guy to hang out around, and also like yeah, he doesn't give up. He likes to come here to the field and like get some swings every day, every other day, and every now and then you always see him in the field and also at the gym, and like there's a guy that to be fun, like you'll have fun around it.
Blake Dale, a swing and miss. One on for him here. He's been an RBI machine to begin his 2026. Lugo, glove to ear. And the pitch is going to be high to Blake Dale. Dale, a quick look over to Ryan Reed. Do you see hitters do that every single time, look back to their coach to get a sign, or is it kind of pick and choose?
Oh, that's usually because they want to see if they get some feedback from the coaches, or like depending on the situation, you want to know if he's gonna give you a sign or anything. But I don't really pay too much attention to our hitters because I like to just pay more attention to.
Ooh, and the Miller Express, they're paying attention to Schnabel as they get him on the steal attempt. I think that might be the first time he's been caught stealing this year. 3 bags prior to this game. And he's gunned down at second base.
Yeah, as I said, like I usually pay more attention to like what the pitcher is doing, the pitch he's gonna throw, if he's gonna go in the dirt, just to call like ball and dirt reads and all that stuff. So our hitters have can know if they're gonna steal or not. I feel like it's gonna be helpful and somehow, and just to stay engaged in the game.
Another out here for the Miller Express. It's made over at first base. Evan Morrison will come back up. How about his day yesterday? That home run to end the game, and he'd been itching to hit one far.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny. It's not like I called it. Actually, Levi, our pitcher, Levi Tibbetts, he went up to me. He was like, "I'm gonna pass it to you." Like, when you call it and you put the hat up on the like pointing where he's gonna hit it out. He's just like, "I'm gonna give you my yard card," and I was like, "That's not gonna happen. No way." Like, I want him to hit a home run, but the pitch prior to that one, it was a pitch inside, and it was gonna hit him, and he moved out of the way, and I was kind of like, ooh,
That fits perfect with what's transpired here. Is down to first base is Morrison. He'll be on, and it's Spiro Giannis who got crossed up behind the plate. Mentioned Schnabel's speed, underrated speed, Evan Morrison.
Big guy, yeah. And unexpected, actually, because you see a guy like that, you don't think he's going to run fast at all. But yeah, no, he's got some speed on him as well.
Carter Roth to the plate. Guy who's made a lot of contact in this series, but he hasn't gotten into his spots.
There we go.
That changes here, right center field, and Roth with a base hit. So the reverse announcer's jinx. And Diego, you had your hands out there. What were you looking for?
Since as we said, he looks like Evan is pretty fast. Not the fastest guy, of course, but he's pretty fast. I feel like he could have tried to go to third. I don't know if Reed is like shaking his head maybe, but I think it was a good chance to get a runner on first and third with no problem. Maybe he could have slid onto third base and like sneak through, but I don't know. Maybe he could have made it safe, but I guess we'll never know.
Yeah. Reed isn't going to feel like you're coming for his job, trying to make the calls over there at
Not
third
at all.
base.
Yeah. But that's my way of thinking about it. I don't know. Maybe he saw something different. I didn't see the sign or anything, so or like stop sign or like keep going. Maybe he wasn't even looking at him. Who knows? I didn't pay attention. I was just looking at the play actually.
Are there a lot of times during the game where you're not even watching the play and you realize that something has happened and you kind of got to get caught up? You only have 50% of the team kind of watching out. Is that something that's common?
Sometimes it has happened. Like every game, you know, you miss a couple things, but I try to keep my hand in the game like as much as possible, and as long as possible as well.
That's not to accuse you of not paying attention.
Nah,
it does happen, though. It's a long game.
Yeah, it's a long game. It gets tedious sometimes, and especially when things are not working your way, even more. But it's all right. Like I don't think even fans pay attention to the game. 20 like the whole 3 hours that a game can last.
Lugo misses here. It's going to be 2-2. Spirianis stepping all the way out. Chance for the Mavs to rally late here in this inning. No runs up yet. They got their first couple of hits in this inning, which is a positive sign. And Diego, as you mentioned when you first got on here, it's early. There's still time. And we've seen throughout tons of games in the WCBL this year that the early innings really don't even mean that much unless you're out to a 20-0 lead.
Well, there you go.
Calder all the way over into left field. This one's going to travel all the way back to the back wall. Morrison's in to score. Looks like Roth will come in as well. And the first two runs up on the board. A 2 RBI double for Eric Calder.
Yep. Great swing. Perfectly placed. Right on the left center gap. As you saw, left fielder was way in front. He was way inside. And that ball just carried. It could have been just a single if he would have been like a little bit more behind it. But yeah, I mean he placed it perfectly in the gap, and that generated two very good runs. I think that's gonna keep the momentum going. Even if we get our last out here, knock on wood, we don't. But yeah, I mean this kind of hits keeps us in the game and like. Keeps the energy and hopefully the momentum keeps growing and we get a barrel party right here. But yeah, and also like as we were talking, yeah, I mean early in the game it's better to, the first couple innings might not mean anything, but I feel like every single inning matters, but every inning matters, but of course the ones that matter the most are by the end of the game. But if you find a way to punch the other team in the mouth really quick in early innings, that's gonna generate some kind of their momentum and their body language, and like the whole game changes right as you like start the game aggressive, right? But even if you get a lot of runs in the first few innings, I was actually after my outing against Regina on last Saturday. I was talking to some guy. Shout out to Craig. That's his name. Very nice guy to talk to, actually. And he goes, "Oh, you guys are too comfortable here, right?"
Here's Volcano, a comfortable swing, and it's got a chance to get down, but ranging on with speed is the center fielder in Chris Franks, and that will do it for our third inning. Diego, it's been a pleasure to finally get you up here, to get your insight on the game. It's something that we wouldn't be able to have otherwise. And, of course, your fun personality plays into being the perfect color commentator for this third inning. So thank you for joining me, as always.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I just want to say hi to my fiancée, who's not watching probably, but I will let her know that she's going to be watching. I love her so much. And also my family, that without them I couldn't be here or anything. And also my grandparents, all my family. Shout out to all of them. And yeah, thank you for having me, and go Mavs. I really love the fans, love the place, and hope you all keep coming to the games, have fun, cheer for the team, and yeah, just come here and do, you know, makes us feel good, and like we want to win for y'all, and like we want to bring a championship this year, and yeah, my thirst of winning is very high, and I know these guys want to win as well. So yeah, but yeah, thank you so much, man.
Hey, it's a pleasure, Diego. It's a pleasure. And to end it, as you always say, do you like baseball? I know we sure do up here, and hopefully you listening do as well. Should be a fun rest of this game on Little League Day at Athletic Park. We'll be back. Jacob Mraz, our first hitter of the top of 4. Just one more thank you to Diego Centella for coming up here. Our first player appearance in the booth, I think ever. So we've had some former players on before, but never one who's currently in the game and with the team. And Diego with plenty of great insight. His love for baseball is very apparent, and a great speaker as well, which always adds to the broadcast. Not everybody can get up here and just talk all day long, but if Diego wants a future career besides baseball, I would recommend broadcasting because he's definitely got the tune for it. 2 balls thrown here by Volcano. And now a third to Jacob Mraz. It's a 5-2 lead for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Mavericks get 2 in the last. It was Eric Calder with the 2 RBI double. Is stepping off the mound here is Adam Volcano. Mraz twirls the bat. There's a couple players down now at the Miller Express bullpen. Nobody's strictly warming up. Calder loses the ball, and it's going to end up foul here. Couldn't see it in the sun, and it's the tricky thing about playing at Athletic Park for the first time. Calder hasn't played a bunch of first base here, and that one hand-tying him there. Grudelar's probably had a better look at it from his angle, but he had a long way to go to get down there. And we have gifts that just keep on giving up here in the booth. James Tubb joining us for our 4th inning of play today, James. And as you were coming into the booth, a bit of an interesting play that transpired down there near first base.
Yeah, I kind of missed it a bit, Truman, but it sounded like, just the sun that comes with these afternoon games playing trouble.
Volcano. Low to Mraz, and actually they're going to say that this is a strike here, so it'll be a full count. Mraz was looking towards first base. Infield playing deep here. Calder's almost out on the grass. It looks like Cervantes is, and Volcano is well over at short. Volcano. Here comes the pitch. And he gets Mraz, and Mraz not pleased as he heads to the dugout. Adam Volcano, there's been some impressive moments in his time on the hill.
There has been, and we didn't see this last summer. He kind of came in mop-up roles, and started earlier this season, and now coming in today, showing that he's more than just that utility man. He really could do it all. The only thing we haven't seen really now, Truman, is catcher. Can he catch?
I heard that his brother Aaron Volcano did that back in the day, but I don't know about Adam for sure. Takeo Cervantes, who's behind him at second, had to catch earlier this year when the Mavs were limited in that department. Now they've got 3 strong options, and you never know who comes in and out during a year. 0-1 the count here is it's Evan Spirianis back up to the dish, and he'll swing and miss. A favorable look here for Adam Volcano. for Volcano. The stats will never jump off the page pitcher-wise, but even the fact that he's out there is impressive, and he joins a list of Mavericks position players over the last couple of years to go onto the mound that is very small. Tyler Vanesti did last year. He was begging for it for most of the season, and he finally got his opportunity and looked pretty good. And then Jordan Phillips, an outfielder for the Mavericks in 2024, closed out a game. I believe it was a rainy night, and they didn't have many options, and he was sent to the mound as over to first is Spirianis.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of fun to watch those the position players try it, right? At this level, most of these guys have pitched at some point, right? Whether it's little league or, early baseball, because they are that good. And some get away from it and just go position player only, and some can still reach back and deliver strikes.
You think of some of even the all-time greats in pro baseball. Jacob deGrom was a shortstop in college at Stetson, and then managed to become a 2-time Cy Young winner. So you never know when someone can peak in the pitching department.
No, and like Zach Greinke wanted to be a shortstop and was like, all right, I guess I'll do this thing that's making me a Hall of Fame case, on the mound as he did in his long career.
Zach Greinke wanted to be a lot of things. He's one of the most interesting ball players out there. I'm pretty sure he took a role as a janitor at one point for an MLB team while he was playing there. And those are the stories that just make you wonder sometimes if it's a superstition or if some of these pitchers are just flat out bizarre. And I guess that could be said about Greinke.
I think it's kind of like goalies in hockey, right? It is. There's just something a little different about them.
Volcano will look over to Calder at first, and then everybody will reset here. To the rosin bag goes Volcano. Count is 0-2. Spirianis on first. Walazek at the plate. Walazek hit by pitch earlier in the game, and he was down to his knees after getting hit with it. Never fun getting hit with a ball, and there's places you'd rather be hit, but I think he got it near the elbow area, and that's not a pleasant treat.
It looked like it. No, that's one that somehow finds that not so funny bone and just kind of shakes things. Maybe you lose a little feeling for a bit, and just got to kind of shake it out and, get down first.
Not so funny bone. No, that was good. Volcano lunging away there was Grudelars, who makes the catch on the other side, and the count's 2-2. Waiting in the batter's box, and now getting fully in is Ben Walazek, who likes to play mind games. We've talked about that he's very vocal and very upbeat on the diamond, but there's lots of waiting and things in between that Walazek will mix into his game to get in to the heads of his opponents.
Anything for an edge, right? Whatever you can do to try to best and, win the one-on-one battle.
He's got a battle here with Adam Volcano as the count runs full. Thomas Soto waiting up on deck. You got about 10 guys clapping down there all at once for the Miller Express. I'm not sure if this is some voodoo magic or wizardry happening down there on the Moose Jaw side, but almost looks like a bit of a rally cap, and Walazek will go to first. So clearly whatever they were doing down there worked. Magic fingers? I'm not too sure.
We've seen it with the Mavs in their time of when that gets to that full count, trying to whatever you can do to, summon some kind of a ball or a hit or whatever you can. And, it worked for Moose Jaw there. And, now they put themselves in quite a spot here with Soto and 2 runners on for, I would say, the Miller's best hitter.
Soto named the beer batter today. I actually got to pick the beer batter, but my pick was not in the game, so I automatically lose my spot. There's a rotation of us who pick the eligible batter, and if you pick someone who's not in the lineup, you lose your turn, and unfortunately I ended up on the wrong side of things today. But I wouldn't have thought Soto would have been a guy to pick to strike out. He would have been the last guy that I would have chosen on the Miller Express, so whoever picked him, I don't know what you're looking at, really.
Sometimes you think you can get in the head of a player. I think Soto's a tough one to try to get in there on. If the player you picked comes in as a pinch hitter, Truman, does that redeem yourself?
Good question. I should, I guess, talk
That'll
that
be a
up
protest
with the higher-ups. Volcano looking to provide that discount for beer, and he puts a strike on the board, inching closer to doing just that. Soto, a tough guy to strike out in any position here, and his ability to hit to all sides of the ballpark is what can make him great. Soto lays down a bunt, and it's going to go foul. And fortunately so, because he would have been on his way to first. And Roth coming on to grab the ball. That's a free bag at third. No chance for any outs. Loaded bases with one out again would not be something that the Mavs would like to continue to make a habit as they have in this game.
No, it's not an easy thing to work out, even with, one out. That ground ball, the double play gets you out of it. But I like that bunt attempt from Soto. Just get everyone's back looking for a ball and to drop one in there. And if it would have stayed fair, it would have, set up the situation you described.
No more bunting here for Soto. 1-2 the count, 1 out, 2 on. Chris Franks waits behind him. He had a big hit earlier in this game. Volcano. Soto puts this one airborne. Should be playable for Blake Dale over in left field. He'll get over, make the catch, and that'll be out number 2. We're so used to seeing Carson Chan over there, and the switch up with Dale today is interesting, but he's proved that he can play there, and mentioned that off the top of the show. He did in college in Kansas.
And I was just going to ask you that because it caught me a little off surprise, or by surprise, seeing the lineup. And he's done well out there. I think he's just an athlete, Truman. We've kind of seen that here in his time here in Medicine Hat, that he can make the plays, and he's got an arm as well that serves him out there.
And people wouldn't remember now, but there was a point in his Mavericks career early in the season where he struggled at the plate mightily. He was looking to find any answers, and the Mavericks coaching staff were working hard with him, and even the communication mid-game was to try and keep him in the mode and bring his confidence back. You never would have guessed that watching his approach at the plate now.
No, he's matured as a person and player, and I think he's able to find that approach in himself and keep it there, and maintain that throughout an at-bat. Kind of what we've seen from Evan Morrison, and we've talked about Evan has found his confidence and staying simple to himself.
Volcano just misses here, so it's 1-1. Yeah, we had a good conversation with him yesterday, and he was ecstatic about the evening he had, to say the least. And you need one of those evenings every once in a while if you're a player, just to keep you sane in many ways.
Just to see it go over, over the fence, and not just in batting practice, right? Just to see it happen, and they know they can do it. They have all the confidence in themselves, but to see it happen in game just kind of reminds themselves they can do it.
Franks will swing and miss here, so it's 1-2. Been a long couple top halves here for the Mavericks. Readjusting at the plate is Franks. Defense playing deep here, so it'll give the runners a chance to move ahead if they want to. Volcano taking his time. Here comes the pitch, striding forth and getting the call. Franks stunned as he argues with the umpire. That'll do it for the top of the 4th inning. And Adam Volcano continues to impress and surprise here in his first time appearing on the mound at home this season. Of course, he had that road appearance. We've seen him at the plate many times. And James, we've talked about Volcano. On the other side of things, you have a guy in Gio Lugo who's relatively unknown, and he's had his ups and downs in this game. But the theme of the Miller Express pitching staff throughout all of their years is they continue to find these guys that you've never heard of that are really good, at least for Western Collegiate summer ball.
It works, and they have guys that can grind through, and it seems like they can throw strikes, and if they're starting to miss, then they'll get the ground ball or they'll get the fly out. And it is, a calling card, I think, for Moose Jaw's success over the last couple of years of how they're able to find guys on both sides of the ball. We're talking pitchers now, but they find some really good hitters as well and keep them for years. And that's a big thing, too, with the pitching staff. Of if it's not a new guy, it's a guy that's been there for 2-3 years now. And I think it is just the success that they have, it helps recruiting and it helps retaining guys as they have.
Yeah, the retaining is the biggest thing that you mentioned there, because their best guys, they keep coming back. And obviously we're not internally a part of their organization, but you got to imagine that if there's good people in an organization, people that you want to be around, then you're going to find a way to get there. And that's what's so unique about Moose Jaw. You see that a little bit with Okotoks as well. They've kind of had that three-headed monster, Croson and Kroll and Sanchez for about 4 years now. But the Miller Express do a great job of that as well, and I think it speaks to the character that runs throughout their organization.
For sure, and we talked a little bit about it on Friday as well, of the community and how much the community cares and how much that helps, and players want to play in a community that cares for them, as we've heard Mavericks talk about before, and it's a big part of Moose Jaw. I look at, and the player I loved watching the most in this league so far has been Nate Mensick, and how long he played in Moose Jaw, and he was 5-tool player if there ever was one.
Here's the throw from third, a heave of sorts to get Cervantes, as he's down quickly. Already one out here for the Mavericks. Yeah, Nate Mensick, a treat, multiple-time All-Star in this league, and yeah, he was there for several years. It wasn't just a one-and-done for old Mensick. Jaziel Grudelars will come back up to the plate here with already one out. And it's interesting, too, because Roswell's Park, I've never been there personally, but it isn't Wrigley. It isn't Camden Yards. It's a small community, as you mentioned, and an even smaller ballpark. But for whatever reason, these guys continue to go, and I want to give a quick shout out to someone in the Moose Jaw organization who actually helped us here at the Mavericks earlier this year. Joe Gunas, who deals with a lot of their media stuff and the technical side of things, helped us repair our website this year and get that schedule that you see up on the website now, the interactive one where you can go to games and download to your phone. That's all his work. I just inputted it. So a big shout out to Joe for being a helping hand, and back to the character part of their organization.
I think that ballpark, it's intimate, and it allows the fans, they're right on top of you. I've been there a couple times. Mavs and Moose Jaw have played playoff matches, and it in a moment like this, that hit there, the crowd loves it.
Grudelars over to second base, standing up as he slows his roll and waves his wings. One in scoring position now for Medicine Hat. This game hasn't gotten away from them, James, as much as it seems like it's a wider margin.
No, and that third inning they give up 4, and to respond as they did, that double by Eric Calder, that's important in a game like this, just to stay in it, stay relevant. And the biggest thing in that inning for me was the first hit. You don't really want to go 3 innings without a hit. It doesn't bode well for an just confidence-wise, right? So they got the hit and ended up getting a pair of runs, and they are still, staying close in this game, only down 3.
And you love to see Josh Stark coming up, and I'm sure the Mavericks crew does as well. One of their most reliable hitters. Ball 1 to Stark.
If you didn't have a Thomas, Schnabel to lead off, you could have a Josh Stark, right? He's at that bottom of the order, but turns it over very well. He has this season.
He's just like Micah Dvorak a year ago. They hit from the same side, and they're purely contact, and they just accept their role. They get into the game. They don't care where they bat in the order. Those egoless players are guys you need to have.
Well, yeah, you mentioned egoless. Both good people, right? Micah and Josh. We talked to him post-game last night after the Mavs win, and they love the game, and have loved Medicine Hat as well. Obviously, Josh from here, but they like being a Maverick.
Lugo turns behind, and then the throw is well off its margins. 2-1 here to Stark. And a quieter approach from Stark. Was mentioning earlier that he likes to attack on the first 2 pitches, but laying back a bit here. Lugo, Stark fouls it aside, and almost a frustrated look there. I think that might have been his pitch, James.
I think he wanted that one. He really, really wanted that one. And, now you got to try to rebound. You got 2 strikes against you, and just take what you're going to get. And, you mentioned wanting to attack early against a starter that's going now 4 innings. It doesn't hurt. Take a pitch, take 2, and, try to get to that bullpen. I know head coach Ryan Reed talked about that after the loss Friday.
Lugo on the way, and that just outside, unable to clip the zone. It's a full count, and that's a luxury here. Longevity, longevity, longevity. That is the Moose Jaw Miller Express pitching staff. We saw it with Walls yesterday with Bavis. He went quite a long ways. They only used 3 pitchers in that game, and Lugo here again through 4. You hope that he can get at least to 5. Stark, that one's going to scrape the glove, hit the ground, get into right field. Grudelars coming around to score, and the Mavericks are now within 2. We'll see what they rule this on the score clock. Bit of a tough play. It's a 50-50 one, James. What do you think they're going to rule it here?
I would put a hit. I think just, it got enough power on it that it kind of got through the first baseman there. It could be ruled an error, but just a good hit there from Josh Stark. And, we talked about he got the pitch that he wanted, fouls it off, rebounds from that and was able to bring in a run here and, keep this inning going. Still only one out, but just, keeping a runner on and, turning it over to the top of the lineup.
And they didn't put that down as an error, so now that is the 10th hit of the season for Josh Stark. I think he's had just about a hit in every game, which is quite impressive, and getting hit by a lot of pitches throughout the games as Thomas Schnabel. Boy, the wear and tear on his body is starting to pile up.
Yeah, and it wears, as you mentioned, right? And an outfielder, he's diving around, he's running a lot, and, it's all just little licks that take a little bit out of you each time, and, you just got to rebound. And I know talking to Carter Roth at the start of the year, he didn't realize last year how long and how grueling of a season it is, and you got to find your moments to rest and kind of recover.
And Lugo will get some rest here as his day is done. Couldn't get through 4 innings. That's not something we saw the last 2 days from the Moose Jaw Miller Express, so they'll turn it over to their bullpen. And we'll see who they bring into the game here. I don't think it's Nathan Pichot time yet, but it's got to be at some point, James. You think of just how high leverage that guy is and high level, and I mean, maybe it kind of looks like him on the mound actually here, so they could be going to him. We'll get an official name, and obviously a number to go with it is going to be Jeremy Peddle from Chicago, Illinois, who gets the call to the mound instead. So Peddle will get warmed up. There's not a whole lot yet on Peddle, first year here with the Moose Jaw Miller Express. He's only been into 1 game so far, 1 and 2 innings pitched. He had a 5.40 ERA, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, so plenty to learn about the right-hander.
And if you're the Mavs, you take a couple pitches here, maybe just see what's working, see what you can do, and it's a good spot for the team as a whole. You got to look at Jeremy here for the rest of the season, right? Get those scouting books, filled up on the reliever.
And the first guy that he'll see is Blake Dale with a little bit of traffic around Peddle. He bounces practice pitch to the dirt. James, you've covered this community a lot. We've talked about it extensively. Little League Baseball Day in the park. Are there any Little League stories that you've picked up throughout your time reporting that you feel kind of encapsulate what the minor ball in Medicine Hat is all about?
Oh, that's a tough question. That's a
put you on
good
the
question,
spot, my
Truman.
bad.
A little bit. Little League maybe not. It is hard to cover Little League for the paper. Just looking at, maybe the American Legion program that's not on display here today. The Little League, has done a good job here showing up. I think it's just a love of baseball in Medicine Hat that maybe gets overlooked, I would say, at times. But it is a baseball community, and it comes back to the Baby Jays days, right, that this ballpark was built for. And I think it's just ingrained, frankly, in this community. It helps with the weather. You can play ball starting in April, and it runs. There's a bit of fall ball that Greg Morrison runs. So it's almost all year. I know now the Mavs program runs all year. So I think it is, as much as it's maybe a hockey community, it's there's a lot of baseball here and a love for the sport. We both saw on display the Blue Jays run last year, right? And it's all over Canada that was on display.
You really had to bring that up to a New York Yankees fan, the Blue Jays.
I forgot you're a Yankees fan.
I'm one of the. Well, I don't want to say it's rare. You'll actually find quite.
There's
a few
lot of
Yankees.
I have a couple of good friends that are Yankees fans, and it was a good Blue Jays series win in the LDS.
I guess you can say that, but not all of us. I'm going to be honest. I didn't have the heart to watch the rest of the series because I knew where it was going. I did see that Judge grand slam though off the foul pole. That one was pretty nice, especially for a guy that has struggled in the postseason. Blake Dale, a few postseason appearances with the Mavericks, but he is dead set on getting to a championship. The Mavericks did so the year before he was here, and he's hoping that is in his future. Peddle. Right behind him is Stark, who's hopping around and moving out of the way there, avoiding a pitch is Blake Dale.
We saw Moose Jaw create havoc on the base pass. In the first, it was just Soto, who stole third and then scored on the error, and then Jaziel getting the 2 runners out. But it doesn't hurt to get in the pitcher's head a little bit, as Josh Stark is trying to do there, and just make him think of one more thing as he's trying to deliver a pitch.
It's a bit different from the action that he pulled off on second base yesterday. I wasn't even sure what he was doing in terms of a celebration. What would you call that sort of move, James? A shotgun of sorts?
Yes, a shotgun celebration. We've seen it a little bit on social media of players doing it. I haven't seen it in the majors, and I don't know if I've seen it in this league as well, but now we have.
Josh Stark, a bit of a trendsetter. As a former hockey teammate of mine, he set a lot of trends in our dressing room, only positive ones, was quite the dancer back in the day, and he will move around third here and groove into home plate. And the Mavs, another run, they're within one, an RBI single for Blake Dale.
Yeah, that's big. Just keep this inning going, right? We talked, when Josh Stark got the hit, just to move things along and keep putting on pressure here after giving up 4 in the third. Now in the bottom of the fourth, Mavs are getting things working for themselves here as they get close to tying it up.
And Evan Morrison, you could call him Mr. Moment if he's able to do something here. He's got Schnabel over at second, Dale over at first. Lots of speed to play with. And he's looking to toy with Jeremy Peddle here, who's had a unimpressive first appearance in this game, but he's put into a hard spot and, of course, won't be charged with those runs. They belong to Lugo, who exited the game, and not his best day either. Peddle, a tall stance here. Morrison, bat to his back. And a long wait there, bit of a stalemate, so we'll reset.
He shook off a couple pitches. I don't think he, trying to get on that same page here with his catcher, just trying to get things sorted.
That one low to Morrison. Announcing the jersey draw here. If you come to a game at Athletic Park, there's lots of people here today, so I'm sure much tougher to win this afternoon, but you can win a jersey down below. They draw for it. There's 50-50, of course, and then the little things like the beer batter and events that happen out on the field. The Days Off Slingshot's the one that always comes to mind, and they even get the players involved with that, and it's always risky. You don't want to wear out their arms. It's quite a tough thing to pull down there, at least when I tried, but I'm no athlete.
Oh, you're up there. What jersey would you get if you could win the draw? What jersey would you get?
Does it have to be a current player, and does it have to be a Maverick?
No, I was just thinking the color of
a
different
color of a jersey. I thought you were naming
I won't make you
name
pick
it a player. I was
going to
say too many to pick from. Ooh, a color. Good question. I would go with the Baby Jays jersey. I think that has to be the pick from last year. Rumblings that the one this year is almost just as good. Morrison will step back into the dish here. If it was an MLB jersey and I had to pick a player, it's probably Judge, Jeter, or Stanton. But as I mentioned, Yankee guys, so that comes with it. 2-2 the count here to Morrison. Peddle deals. Morrison fouls it to the net. James, a color of preference for you?
For the Mavs jerseys, I think I like the baby sprays as well. I think it was just so classic, and you can't go wrong with a baby blue jersey. That's what if I was to get like a major league one, it would be the Blue Jays baby blue. They're pretty sharp.
Vladdy on the back?
Maybe Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or I like Kazuma Okamoto.
Ooh, a fresh face. Peddle. That one falls out of the glove. Morrison thought about running to first. It's strike 3 called. And it landed ahead of the catcher. So Morrison down on strikes now. 2 out. Still 2 looming. Chance for Carter Roth. He finally got off of the schneid, James. At home, it's been an interesting sort of events here for Carter Roth. On the road, he reached his high point again, but he just hasn't found the groove in the Gas City.
Only a few games, but it's taken maybe a bit of time, just different scenery, different, routine throughout the day, right? On the road, it's all baseball. At home, you're with a billet family, you're doing field work. There's a little bit of added stuff to the day, and, it's good to see him get a couple hits here throughout this weekend, and, a couple tough strikeouts for Evan Morrison. One's that the catcher isn't catching it, and it's a strike, so, it's an interesting, zone on those ones.
Peddle. Roth snaps this one. He's going to drive Edwards a long way. He should have the play, and he misses it. Roth's around to second. In to score is Schnabel. Dale will tap as well, and the Mavericks take the lead for the first time today.
Yeah, it's a great hit from Carter Roth. That's what you want to see to the deepest part of the ballpark. You know, I'm sure teammates would say a couple more push-ups and that one's out, Truman, but, you know, gets it out past Edwards, couldn't get to it and, you know, drives in. And, you know, for the first times today, Mavs are in the lead.
And he was all over that pitch. That was a confident swing from Carter Roth, and you see that a lot from him, but he was hunting that exact pitch, and he caused some trouble for Edwards out there, who's a good outfielder. He's a great athlete in center.
Yes, he is. And I think that's just a veteran guy at the plate who had watched a couple guys face, Jeremy Peddle and getting to see what he offers and, you know, taking advantage of what he got.
Calder hesitates and then sees a strike run by. Long last couple of innings here. I feel like we're on pace for our longest game of the year, James.
It feels like a marathon afternoon here, and in a good way. It's been good baseball.
And with a big crowd, that's what you want to see, and then you're going to be able to keep people in seats. And with it being an afternoon game, nobody's got to run home to go to bed for school tomorrow as Calder places this into left field. Roth, good speed, he'll score. And how about the day for Eric Calder so far? He's a quiet presence in the locker room, but he's making noise here in the bottom of the fourth.
Yeah, he's had a couple big hits here, you know, in back-to-back innings as well, and, you know, he's hot right now. Eric Calder is playing first base. Seeing a bit of a lineup change as we talked about with Blake Dale, and, you know, anytime you can force the other team to go to the mound twice here, this one looks like just a visit, but this is what we've wanted to see from the Mavs, especially here at home, is the big innings, right? Being able to put it up. We've seen the other team do it at times, and, you know, now they've got 5 here and are in the lead.
And a long talk with Peddle out on the mound. I've been trying to find a way to come up with a Calder joke. Of course, that's the Rookie of the Year trophy in the NHL, and Eric Calder is a rookie in the WCBL. And then there's the Calder Cup, which is the championship in the minors. I haven't been able to come up with anything yet, but an impressive first season for Eric Calder, who seems to be making a name for himself, at least through the first half a month in this year.
You know, he adds another power left-handed bat, right? Obviously, we've seen what Evan Morrison has done this season and can do. To have another one sandwiched in between, you know, to have Carter Rose sandwiched between those guys is it's pretty good offering for Ryan Reed.
There's a good offering from Peddle on the mound as he dots a strike to Johnny Volcano. Volcano waits on the arrival of the next Calder. Stepping over at first, and he's going to have a chance to grab 2, and he will. No throw. That's been an interesting storyline to follow. The troubles behind the plate the last couple of days for Moose Jaw. I'm not sure if there's baby oil down there or banana peels, butter for that matter, but it has been slippery and a tough time gripping onto the ball.
You know, and it just, the extra 90 feet can cost you, right? We've seen it at times, and, you know, it just, it lengthens the game for your pitchers.
Volcano, a long swing and miss. And there's, extra area behind the athletic park backstop especially. Of course, the dimensions have changed a bit throughout the years with the addition of the ground level down there. But Caden Shivers mentioned it when he first got here. He said that could be 2. And, it's a big area, lots to navigate.
It used to be even more, right? Before the suites he talked about, it used to, I don't know, that's a bunch of meters. Can't do it off the top of my head, but just a lot of room there to try to navigate. And a pass ball could see 2 runners move up a couple times.
And it's big league to have the look of that down there. Before, it was nice. It was ballparky, but now it looks like a luxury hotel, a couple of suites. And in Sylvan, they have them up high. The Mavericks electing to go to field level, and it's a favorite spot for several fans.
It's pretty nice. It's an intimate fielding there down on down on field level.
No swing from Volcano. The count will be 2-2. Medicine Hat. They've played from behind in this season. They've had a hard time getting back in front. They've given up leads. They haven't been able to crawl. This is a different story today, and it could be the addition of Ryan Reed coming up and him making a presence in the dugout as Volcano's going to hit this one a long way over to right. It's going to get down, and It is going to be more than a base hit. Calder in to score. That's 2 bags for Volcano and an RBI to sweeten the deal.
Couple hits here in this inning we've seen just out of reach of fielders, right? Whether that's just the distance, the hang time, everything. It's working for the Mavericks. The bat's finding the ball here in this inning, and you mentioned it, playing with the lead now. Whether it's going to be 8-5 after this inning, or if they can tack on another one here, how can they hold it now? And that's on the bullpen now. Adam Volcano and whoever he hands off to next, just limit and don't have to play from behind again in this game would be a big step for the Mavericks coming out of this weekend.
And not having to play behind in a tie-breaking scenario for these two teams standings-wise is also important. That's what makes this Sunday affair so much bigger than just another regular season game. It can indicate a playoff position in the future.
For sure, win an early season series against a division rival, and it can go a long way.
Volcano, not a long way for him to go to third, as he's given pretty much a free pass with one right at the head of Takeo Cervantes. Player warming up in the Miller Express bullpen. It's dead on the other side in the Mavericks one. Looks like Miller Express might be going to a left-hander here. They featured a couple of righties so far today. Be a change-up for the Mavericks. Anytime you can flip-flop between pitchers, obviously you want guys that can still fill up the zone and have good control, but just that mindset switch can flip things for your team and confuse other hitters.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Truman. I don't think we've seen many lefties this year against the Mavs. It's been on the road if we have, and it, as you said, changes things up and, just makes things harder on the lefties in the Mavs order.
I think this is the first at home. Cervantes into left field. Volcano into home plate. It's now a 9-5 ball game. What an inning for Medicine Hat. Ryan Reed talked about giving up the big inning and getting hit by the big inning. Punched in the mouth is a phrase that we've heard from many players. Diego Centella talked about it today. In media yesterday it was thrown around. But now the Mavericks, they're punching back. They're providing some blood to their opponents.
For sure. And, we've seen it this weekend where the Mavs went to 2 pitchers in the same inning in a bloated inning. And, now Musha is doing that here. They're trying to rebound and hold things at where they're at. And, Truman, it's a little it's weird how Friday, right, all of the damage Moose Jaw did in that Mercy Rule win against Medicine Hat came at 2 outs. Look at how many hits, the Mavs have brought in, runs have brought in with 2 outs now. It is, Freaky Friday is what I was trying to go for there. And, maybe just a spooky Sunday. I don't know. We'll work on that.
That's good. That's
we'll
good.
Workshop
and
it, yeah.
You're never out of it till you're out of it. And
no,
that's proof.
It is
true.
only the 4th inning. It is, yeah.
There's lots of time.
Yeah. It's 9-5, and we're this isn't Dolly Parton, so it is. There's a lot
really
going
went
on
there.
here.
I was wondering if you were going to do something with it.
Oh, you have to.
So, new pitcher on the mound. We'll get you a name in a second as Jeremy pedals to the dugout. His day is over, a short-lived day. It looks like a 20 and a 5. Would that be correct? Is looking through my lineup card here. Don't even see a 25 on the Miller Express roster, so I guess I got to look a little bit closer. It's especially tough for the lefties who are directly facing the other way. The number's so small on the front of the
26
jerseys.
26 is what I'm seeing here, Truman.
26. It's a long list of names, and none of them with 26. We saw earlier in the lineup a player listed with a different number and then entered the game with his regular number, at least according to this sheet. So people are still trying to figure out what jersey they're going to wear. We saw Diego Centella start with 42 at the beginning of last season and then switch to 20. Jeremy Freeman had to switch numbers in the 25 season. I don't think the Mavericks have had any trouble with that yet, but that is definitely something that comes around. And with lots of affiliate players, you have guys coming in and out. And Hayden Simon is the guy who will get the call. Simon has been a good producer for the Miller Express. You talk about Jordan Bauer, him, Nathan Pichot. Those are the 3 that the Mavericks had not seen, and you would expect one of the 3 in the trio to enter into this contest. This one's sent high over to left, but it's not going to have enough oomph, and it's going to be caught in left field by Jimmy Kurtz, and that will end the 4th inning. 7 runs, 7 hits, the official announcement here for the Mavs, and what a day it's been, but still lots to come here from Athletic Park here on Flow Sports. It's William Edwards to start the top of 5. We've had 2, as James alluded to, marathon innings here, and we'll see if the bats for Moose Jaw have gone cold. They've scored in 2 different innings, 1 run in the first, 4 runs in the third. The Mavericks runs coming in the last 2, 2 and 7 apart, and now it's a 9-5 lead. And James, you mentioned 2 outs apparently is the most safe territory for any team in this series because that's where everybody's scored their runs.
For sure. You know, we alluded to it a little bit in there, doing the counting now in between innings. 5 runs for the Mavs come with 2 outs, and when you can generate like that, 1 out away from ending the inning, it bodes well for the offense. Same thing it did for Moose Jaw Friday night as they, put up that big inning and route to the Mercy Rule win. Just, it's confidence in hitters and that you're able to keep things going as the pitcher's trying to get that final out.
There's that movie that came out a couple years ago where a guy's walking in between 2 buildings on a tightrope, and that's the only thing that I think mirrors getting a bunch of runs with 2 outs. You're so close to death and things falling apart, but you just continue to stay straight on line as a line drive here from Edwards to begin the inning and a positive start for the Miller Express after giving up 7 in the last.
Yeah, and that was a tough bounce there, for Schnabel in center field. It comes up, it knocks his hat off almost as he gets that, and it gets by him and, allows Edwards to get up to second base. And, now I'm just going to say it ahead of the inning, you want a clean one here if you're the Mavs, right? You scored 7 there. You've only got a 4-run lead. You don't really want to give Moose Jaw any momentum here in the 5th and, try to take it, add more in the 5th, and then you start looking at the last quarter of the game.
And for Schnabel in center, he's playing after 2 guys who are still talked about to this day. Once players leave Medicine Hat, sometimes their names aren't brought up. But the amount of times I hear, where's Jeremy Freeman Jr. and where's Brody Gardner is more than you would expect. And that's because they both played center field and did very well in doing so. Both selected to all-star teams. And Schnabel is starting to pick up some progress himself.
For sure. I think he's looked really good out there. And, at the plate as well, he's fast. I've remarked that to a couple of people, Truman, of just the speed maybe surprises you almost the way he can run out there. But he's doing well. And, it just takes time learning the dimensions, learning your other fielders of, who's going to get that one, who can get it, and roaming the large area that is center field.
2-0 the count here. Volcano versus Kurtz. Kurtz will tap the plate here, and William Edwards over at second. Even just chipping away at the lead is a positive sign for Moose Jaw. Volcano, a longer wait here, trying to get on the same page as Jaziel Grudelars. Volcano, a twitch there from Kurtz, but no swing. It's 3-0. Bit of a silenced crowd here in many ways. It's been upbeat for most of the day, especially in the last inning, but the volume's been turned all the way down and some tense moments here at Athletic Park.
Maybe the hot dogs are just really good right now.
Well, I heard the ice cream line's really long, so it could be that too. And Kurtz is going to get a walk here. That one was awfully close, and Volcano doesn't get the call.
No, just can't steal that one. And now, if you're the Mavs and Volcano on the mound, at least you have, options on defense, right? You have the double play in order. You have forces everywhere except at home, and now you can try to work and try to get that ground ball and get an out on the board.
Garen Plummer will make his rounds and step in on the left-hand side here. 2 on, nobody out. Double play in the first generated by Johnny Volcano, and I'm sure the Mavs would love that here. When Diego Centella was up here, he talked about this is the spot where you want a double play. And, of course, you'd love a double play at any point when there's a guy on first. Here's one up the stripe, out of the reach of Cervantes, and maybe a chance to score here for Edwards. He's got great speed. The throw over to third. Roth will go back to second, and maybe an error in judgment there on the throw as both runners move ahead, and the Miller Express deposit one in. It's now 9-6.
I don't mind the throw to third there, Truman. It's little maybe on base more, and you get the out there. It is a hard throw to come, cross body like that, cross diamond. But now Moose Jaw's in the spot. They got 2 runners in scoring position. They're pushing here, and tying run at the plate for them.
And that's Pacey Phillips. Phillips will wait on the first offering from Adam Volcano. Pitcher warming up in the Mavericks bullpen. It looks like it could be Brant Spencer down there. It also could be Alex Feigl, who's a new addition to the Mavericks squad. He's a guy who's played for 4 different WCBL teams. I can't remember the last time I heard a guy that had played for almost half of the league. Phillips fouls this one off in bullpen direction. So Volcano will kick off his cleats, head back up to the mound. Yeah, Energy City, Swift, Lethbridge, and now Medicine Hat. That has been the travel schedule for young Feigl.
He's had 2 Western teams in Energy City and Lethbridge, now 2 Eastern teams, right, in Swift and Medicine Hat.
He just wanted to balance it out. He wanted to make sure that each division got its fair share of his efforts. He's a senior at the Prairie Baseball Academy this year. 2-1 here as Volcano works against Phillips. Volcano doesn't move as fast as some of his pitching counterparts. There's some guys that are really movers on the mound. You think back to last year when Xander Roberts got into his mode. He was firing away. Wouldn't even have time to get back into the batter's box for most guys.
No, I don't think Adam Volcano would like a pitch clock. I think that would move him along maybe too quick. And it is interesting to see how some pitchers want a little more time. Some just like staying in the rhythm they are in.
And a bit of a throwback for Mavs fans, but he's not quite as slow as Garrett Nicholson. I think that's the slowest mover I've seen, but it worked for Nicholson at times during his Maverick career. And a walk here to Pacey Phillips. Things unraveling on the mound for Adam Volcano, who's been asked to do a lot in this game.
Yeah, he has to come in relief in there, and he put up a blank spot in the top of the 4th, which is what helped the Mavs grab the lead here now, and now they're really pushing with the bases loaded. Moose Jaw is, and Andrew Bench out there maybe to calm him down, maybe to give the reliever a little more time here as they try to keep this lead, as we talked about early in the inning of you have a lead now, don't want to relinquish it as they did last night, having to chase from behind in the win that they recorded their first year at EP.
Now the home plate umpire will head out and break up the scrum here. So Andrew Bench back to the dugout. And I did want to mention Adam Volcano. This has been his theme throughout the years as he comes into games periodically. And I think those listeners and viewers have become accustomed to that, especially the longtime ones. And I asked, how do you even stay prepared for that when you don't know where you're going to be? Because as Diego mentioned earlier in this broadcast, you can lose focus. It's hard to stay honed in on the game the entire time. And he says he just tries his best to do so. He treats everything like a game day. He focuses on what's going on. He understands where he might be able to go in, so gets ready for what the possible assignment might be. It's kind of similar to you, James. You get a call on where you need to go or what you need to report on, and you have to adjust on the fly and then pump out a piece. And you've been pretty good at that, so some similarities between the man on the mound and the man next to me in the booth.
I appreciate it. Adam does it way better than I do, and I think for Adam, well, it starts with, it's trust and working with the coaching staff of kind of knowing what roles you're going to be in and the role you have, and, you can stay locked in for those moments or be prepared for them. And, we've seen that the super utility man I kind of see Adam as, and we've talked about before of, as you mentioned, just whenever he's needed, he's there and smile on his face and he's ready to go.
Tall task here. 3 runners behind him. Nothing can prepare you for bases loaded and nobody out. That's what's working in the Miller Express's favor, and this pitch will miss, so Volcano's behind. And things really ramping up down to our left in the Mavs bullpen. You don't want to give up a deep hit here, but you have to challenge the batter. You can't shy away. Volcano goes into the glove. Miraz waiting on the pitch. Here it comes, and it's low. 3-1. So now the threat to walk in a run is there for Volcano.
There is a part too of trust your defense, right? Try to give, you don't want to serve anything up, but give them the chance and, see if they can work out of it or, help prevent a run from getting on.
Volcano waits for Miraz to get set. Now he's into the stretch. Volcano. And a big strike there as he makes the count go full.
I don't hate seeing him, the curveball slider. I can't read it very well, I'll be honest, Truman, but, it goes for the ball 3 there, comes back with it, gets strike 2 here, and, you wonder how now he's going to challenge, whether it's a fastball, whether it's off speed, and, trying to get that final strike.
Volcano head points towards the dugout, now to home plate. Here comes the pitch, and it misses, and an emphatic celebration there from Jacob Miraz, who does his job. He walks in a run. Ryan Reed peering off towards the bullpen. And it will be Evan Spirianis up to the plate, and Volcano will see one more. Ryan Reed doing a double check, making sure his reliever's all ready. And Volcano, I think maybe even surprised that that wasn't his last batter. Volcano. 2-run game now. Bases still loaded. Nobody out. High one to Spirianis. Ben Wallazek waiting on deck. So the top of the order for the Miller Express. Certainly in play for this inning. Not sure anybody would have predicted they would have got close to that at the start.
No, and I think that's maybe you give Adam this last one here and, maybe Ben Wallachuk. But, I don't, at this moment where the bases are at, maybe you don't let him face Soto again.
Spirianis into the direction of Josh Stark. It's swirling around in the slight breeze. This will score 1 run for sure, and it's now a 1-run ball game, 9-8. Spirianis, you'll take something in the air, but of course he would have liked something that would have cleared the bases. Runners now just on the corners for Ben Wallazek.
You got a balance that's wanting to do more damage, but happy with the productive outs, right? To bring in a run, move another runner to third, and there is still only 1 out here for Moose Jaw, and runners on the corners, they have that opportunity to get more here and, tie up this game that the Mavs, grabbed a big lead last inning.
And one more for Volcano. A head shake from the righty. 2 of them, in fact, and another one out in the direction of Josh Stark. Runner going to tag up a long throw for Stark, and this ball game is tied. A sacrifice fly for Ben Wallazek. Boy, there's been some entertainment in the last 2 days between these two. Tight knit is what you ask for, and pitching duels are really nice. And I would prefer that at times, especially for the speed of the game, but lots of runs, never a bad consolation prize.
No, it isn't, and it's two good teams, right? And they're going to hit, and they're going to take advantage of the pitches they get and put up runs as they can.
So with 2 outs here, both made by Josh Stark, that'll be the end of the line for Adam Volcano. We mentioned asked to fill a laundry list of requests with the short start from Davin Heinote. A new pitcher comes out for the Mavericks. We will see if it is Alex Fidgel. Discussing the signs here with Grudelars. And just judging on his appearance, I do think it is Fidgel. So his Mavericks debut at home in a game that the Mavs were winning just a half inning ago, and now it's all even at 9 apiece. Fans still sticking around, not making as much noise as they were prior, and the sky has darkened a bit. I don't know about any weather warnings in the area today, but you know, those clouds looking a bit rainy, and there could be a potential for some of that to come this way.
It could be, and it's a weird. I guess we're still in spring. Summer's not till June 21st, and it's had some little more rain than I think we've seen all summer. Sometimes, Truman, and this spring has so far. So it is, maybe just a cloud is in front of the sun right now, but it's still a nice day out. 18 degrees here at AP, and it's a nice Sunday for baseball.
I learned about the word El Nino. I'd heard it before thrown around on TV, but it's described in the dictionary as a naturally occurring climate phenomenon characterized by warming of the ocean surface temperatures in the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. That's a hard word to say. Equatorial. I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but apparently that is the reason why it can go from being so hot at one point to then you get rain for 10 days. Medicine Hat is in the midst of that, and you hope that a flood isn't imminent because of what has gone on. We've seen it in this city before, and I do know that the South Saskatchewan was rising rapidly.
Yeah, I think the berm that they've put in since that 2013 flood will, keep things at bay. But it is, you always wonder, right, when things have happened, if they'll happen again. And, it is, I think the rains are going a long way to helping limit, because I don't think we're at a point anymore we can prevent forest fires. Unfortunately, Smokey the Bear won't love that, but just where things are at climate-wise. The rain helps, maybe limit some of the forest fires that Alberta's prone to.
I wonder if anybody's told old Smokey that, his protests aren't going a whole long ways these days. Soto, 2 outs. Wallazek on first. Always a threat to steal. Soto going to the right-hand side again, and our first peek at Alex Fidgel. Fidgel first pitch as a Maverick ends up as a strike. You always wonder about those late adds to a team. Last year for the Mavericks, it was Ryan Harney from Mac U, and he ended up becoming a major piece within their bullpen. And if Fidgel has a good appearance today, maybe there's more time for him to get into the lineup.
So find some leverage, right? You always, with the teams in a season like this in the WCBL, you need to grind to find those higher leverage guys.
Of course, that's helpful that there's so many affiliate players that can come in now, and the addition of extra players on the roster. It was never 32 in past years, but having those extra bodies, it's going to prove well for a lot of these players. And then it helps when they go back to college that they're not burnt out, because baseball's a year-round game, and it can get tiresome, as the Mavericks, I'm sure, getting tired of this inning here. Soto, another hit that goes down, and there are runners on the corners for the Miller Express, who look to take the lead here with 2 outs.
Yeah, and that's just a good hit there by Thomas Soto to right field. Allows, Ben Wolochuk to get to third. He was already moving on the pitch and, just gets it and now puts it runners on the corners here as they look to keep the inning going.
So Fidgel looks over to Soto, and for a guy that's played a lot in this league, you assume that he knows the type of speed that the runners on the corners have. Not used to Chris Franks being at the plate, as it's his first time in the WCBL. Franks will swing through the first pitch. It'll be strike one to him. Vigil looks the way of Eric Calder. Now here comes the pitch and another swing and another miss from Franks. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Vigil here. You kind of go into watching him a bit blind in many ways. You can't Google highlight tapes and sort through those. There's not enough time in the day most days, especially with the run we've had here. But from what I've seen in the few pitches from Vigil, his control is pretty good. He's going to let Soto go, and fouling that off is Franks.
Yeah, like he's being very aggressive, right? He's not trying to throw around guys. He's, attacking the plate, finding his corners and, where he wants the pitches to land. And, Thomas said, I don't think he's ever had more of a running start than he did there. Has to come back on the foul ball. But, Vigil's in a good spot right now. 2 strikes and trying to get out of this inning and keep the game tied.
Vigil not even worrying about the commotion at first. Soto's going to go again, and Franks is going to swing again. This one close, but just foul into right. So Soto surprised twice. He's got to be not too pleased with Franks. That's always a conversation after.
He's getting his steps in. It is, interesting. We saw Soto push the ball to right field, and Franks now has the foul ball there. They're able to get Vigil to right field, whether that's they're swinging early on it and able to pull it there or push it in Soto's case, but that's just where we've seen the 2 balls batted off, the Mavs pitcher.
I'm glad you bring up steps. I'm going to allude to something in a minute. We'll get to Vigil first. Soto's going to go again, and they might catch him in a rundown here, and that little movement by Ben Walazek, a veteran move, allowed Soto to get to second.
And now your Vigil just – it's the batter, right? You can't do anything. No one's going to steal here. I don't think Ben Walachek, maybe is crafty enough yet to steal home, but now you just worry about one more strike here and, limit the damage.
He is aggressive, but I don't think there's anybody that's trying that. 0-2 the count. Vigil, this one popped up. Could be playable here, and it will go a little bit further than anticipated for both Roth and Grudelars, and it's up into the stands, and a kid has had his day made over there on their left-hand side. Some claps being given out, and that's why you bring your glove to the ballpark for moments like that.
It is. You always got to be prepared, kind of like Adam Volcano on the mound or wherever he slides into a game. Fans, any chance souvenirs coming their way.
Vigil hones back in on the matchup with Franks. The pitch is going to be low. And I said I would talk about step count. I'd be interested if you put an armband around every player in this league, who takes the most steps, and why is that something that is not stat tracked in the MLB? Who's getting the most work in a game? Who's moving the most? It doesn't have to be until they hit the field, but I think that would be interesting to find out who moves the most within a game. And usually some of those smaller players obviously have to take more steps. Here's Calder. Stepping on the bag is Vigil. That will end the 5th inning. And it's square at 9. Both Soto and Walazek close to scoring, but no cigar. And we will head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Still a long ways to go in this game. It's been an interesting one so far. all 9 here in the sunniest city in Canada, but there's not a lot of sun out there anymore. Both these teams taking advantage of the nice weather this weekend, and Stark is going to hammer one over to right, over the wall. Josh Stark, a solo shot. The Mavs have the lead back.
You know, the 9-hole hitter, I think Truman saw it, 9-9 score and said, nay, nay. Let's make it 10-9 for the Mavs. And Josh Stark's second home run of the year, first at Athletic Park of this season. That's got to be a big moment for him. And, you know, we talked to him last night. He's been finding his groove, and he grooved that one, I think you could say.
Stark attack into right field. There's so many puns you could make with his last name. That's the one we're choosing for now. And Josh Stark has this crowd up and loud. Maybe one the other direction. Getting under it is Schnabel. This looks like it'll provide the first out here in the inning for the Miller Express, and it does. Making the play over in left is Jimmy Kurtz. Josh Stark having fun playing baseball. That's what Little League Day is all about, and he plays right into it here with a bomb into the bush.
Yeah, that's a great way just to lead off this 5th inning for the Mavs. Grab that lead again, and, you know, now you get to play with it a little bit here. See if they can try to get more than just the one.
Blake Dale still out there. Same relief option in Hayden Simon, and he hasn't given up a whole lot of runs this year, so it's surprising to see someone get to him. But with the mode that Stark is in, it's not surprising to see him making a dent on another game.
No, and, you know, if the Mavs hadn't put up the damage, you know, just they did, maybe you don't see the lefty, and, you know, for Josh Stark to go lefty bomb, that's a, you know, a vote of confidence as well for him. And, you know, we'll see next Evan Morrison coming up to the plate how he faces here, but you know, it just you know, things are going real good right now for Josh Stark, and it's good to see.
And for Hayden Simon, he only gave up 2 runs coming into this afternoon and had a 4.50 ERA. Those numbers will spike up a bit for the lefty as he paints a strike there to Blake Dale, who's now behind in the count 1-2. And Simon, that classic lefty delivery, it's almost a bit frisbee-like as he's lunging over. A little Chris Sale-like. I know that's the often comparison for lefties.
I was thinking Josh Hader a little bit.
Ooh,
just the way he comes
I like
in,
that better.
Comes in lefty, slings it in there.
Blake Dale was hoping to like that one, but it's just shy of getting over the fence, and there's been a couple close calls for the Mavericks today, that the latest claimed by William Edwards.
You know, making contact never hurts. You want to score the run. You want to get that momentum, but to know that you can make contact if you can get another bat against the same guy can go, you know, go a long way.
Morrison, a lefty-lefty matchup. Mentioned that we hadn't seen a lefty pitcher, so haven't seen a whole lot of this. Quick twirl here for Morrison. Gone on and on about his plate discipline. He'll swing through there. It's harder to be disciplined when you don't know what to expect, and I think the lack of seeing Simon could hurt the Mavericks throughout, I guess, the rest of his time in. Josh Stark, obviously not a problem for him. He knew the game plan, as Shea Gilgeous-Alexander said. You know, you have the answers. You just have to see the questions on the test, and Stark doing just that.
You know, and it is hard for a lefty. The ball looks like it's almost coming at you from a left-handed pitcher, and it goes right at Evan Morrison there, gets hit by a pitch. And, you know, it can be hard whether it's a slider, a fastball, that when it breaks in on a hitter like that, you know, whether they duck out of the way, swing at it, stay through it as Josh Stark did, you know, it's a little more difficult. That's why lefty relievers and lefty pitchers find the success they do, is it's the unique angle compared to the righties.
And for Morrison there, you never want to be hit by a pitch, but that one of the lighter hit by pitches that I've seen, and I'm sure he's okay with that in this case. Roth fouls this off. Umpire nearly got in the way, and a bounce off the top of the mat. And some frustration behind the plate there from Spiro Giannis. You could see his reaction immediately tilting his head backwards, and he collided with that back wall. There's lots of padding over there, which is good, obviously in place to protect the players. Running full speed ahead into any wall is not fun, and good to see Spiro Giannis get up quickly.
You know, I think he would have been hard-pressed to get to that one. It was going to be a difficult play, but, you know, now he gets to lock back in and, you know, try to call, you know, a pitch here.
Carter Roth, 0-1 count to him. And he's going to barrel this one over into left field. And Carter Roth alive at home here, good in his last 2 appearances at the plate.
You know, we've been talking about it in this inning. Now we get another lefty, and now Eric Calder coming to the plate, gets to face the challenge of, facing off here against Hayden Simon. And, 2 different results. Josh Stark, obviously the solo home run. Evan Morrison hit by pitch. And, now we'll see what Eric Calder can bring to the plate.
Calder, quick cross towards home plate. It's always interesting to see if players down there are painting something or drawing up something, or if it's the taps that get them in the rhythm. Here's a rhythmic swing for Calder all the way back to the warning track, and the play is made by William Edwards. 2 over in that direction in this inning, but the most important thing is the Josh Stark home run for the Mavs. He gives them a 1-run lead. The hometown kid doing it on hometown ball day. What a treat. William Edwards ended the last with the ball in his glove. Now he's got a bat in hand. And still the same man on the mound for the Mavericks. Inning number 2 in his Maverick debut for Alex Fidgel. There's a strike to William Edwards, who struck a couple of times in this game today. I could not believe that his batting average was 176 at one point in this season. And now we know why it doesn't remain at that mark for very long, as Edwards, that one close to his chest. Vigil. Good pace to how he works. He'll wait on Edwards here. Waiting behind Edwards on deck is Kurtz. Picked off the ground by Grudelars. There haven't been a ton of home runs hit in the WCBL this year. I found it funny when I looked at the standings and saw that 2 was the mark to beat at one point a few games ago. I think that's been up to 4, and Jake Hiramoto and Brady Bai, who we know his impact, are the leaders currently, especially for Moose Jaw. They don't have Gurney this year. The long ball is something that is still a question mark within their offense.
For sure, and it takes, some teams longer to get more than one, and, Mavs now have a double guy with Josh Stark.
Grudelars. A little bit of an Odell Beckham play there, as he had to reach over his head and make that grab. And fitting, Odell Beckham just signed a couple days ago, an NFL player going to the New York Football Giants, where he began his career and made the famous catch. And Grudelars, we talked with Diego Centella about how athletic he is and how fun it is to have a catcher that can move that well. That catch, probably not very fun, having to stretch all the way back and use every muscle, but it's cool if you pull it off.
It's a hard play with the ball that spins up in the air there. You don't know where it's going to go, and you've got your mask in hand. You got to toss that aside at some point, and it's one of the harder. You'd almost wish it gets hit distinctly to the left or right, and you can run out to get it.
0 for 2 today is Jimmy Kurtz. Vigil gets weak contact. Cervantes charging on. Calder scoops in front of him and delivers the throw and the out at first base. You never know what can happen when 2 players aren't looking at each other and they're focused on ball. Fortunately for the Mavs there, neither of Cervantes and Calder colliding.
You know, and it's a good play there by Vigil, just getting over, right? It's a coach's dream to have a pitcher that gets off the mound quick and is there to make a play. And, you know, when I saw Eric Calder go over, I didn't know, who's going to cover first at that moment. And, the Mavs pitcher gets out there. And I think that's just more of the aggression we've seen him towards the plate in his matchups and there on defense.
First pitch is low here from Vigil. Calder will back up now. Infield playing quite deep. Vigil kicks, deals, and lands in the strike zone as it's 1-1 between him and Garen Plummer. Plummer 1 for 1, 2 RBIs on the day for the catcher / first baseman. Vigil just below the zone, and that makes it 2-1.
Just isn't getting that outside call, right? Whether that's, it's just off or, not seeing it's clearly, behind the plate there. It just can't steal it right now.
And every umpire has their preferences and their tendencies, much like players out there, and they're going to say that this is a hit by pitch, so Plummer will go to first base. Not sure if it actually caught his body. Definitely caught the jersey.
I think how quickly he moved down and then the umpire stepping out that it hit enough that, there's no question about it.
Pacey Phillips tends to the plate. 0 for 2 on the day for Phillips. Different sort of day. Friday was a great day for Phillips. He came in to score a couple of times, had a hit in there. Phillips might have one here. Ranging out and having it just fall under his glove is Johnny Volcano. It's limited to a single with Schnabel tending to it right on cue. And now there's 2 on with 2 out here for the Miller Express. A late inning rally again, James.
Yeah, they're threatening here, and we've seen them do it obviously in Friday's game. We saw the Mavs do it here today, and I think that dive took a bite out of Johnny Volcano there, just trying to shake some things out and get ready here for this next at bat.
We see a lot of diving, and I'm not talking about the soccer diving to try and make a play in baseball, and it is not good to land on the shale, even if you have long sleeves. And I think that's highlighted best by the NFL players that had to play in the old Oakland Coliseum, who said that they would bleed every time they were tackled on the surface because they left the baseball diamond on the football field at that one distinct stadium. And so, never fun to land on a bunch of rocks. Vigil. Oh, this is pounded over towards center field. Schnabel going all the way back. And at the wall, he's going to drop it. 1 run will come in to score. And a second in. The Miller Express have the lead back. It looked like Schnabel was running out of real estate. And then he lost the ball in midair. And Moose Jaw, after it looked like the inning was almost over, they make a late statement.
Yeah, that's a tough one, just to not have the inning end there, and a ball in glove that doesn't just to not get that catch there, and now if you're Vigil, you got to limit it just to those 2, right? Keep it the 1 run deficit here, as the Mavs have to play comeback here for the second time.
And I'd be puzzled if those runs were earned for Vigil. I assume an error was tasked over to Schnabel, and it looks like with 2 on the score clock that there was 2 before.
It doesn't look like it yet.
Maybe some processing going on over on the other side. In the past, the play-by-play and the scorekeeper and music guy, PA announcer, they were all on the other side, but as the years went along, they were separated, and now we got our own territory here on the right half of the booth. Vigil with a runner behind him. Over to Volcano. Got it in his glove. Over to Calder, who will stretch, and he showed off some athletic flair in this game. A second time where he's had to get the toe down, and that is out number 3. The Miller Express, after giving up a run in last inning, they add on 2 in this one, and they snatch the lead right back. It's a tug of war out there between these 2 and a seesaw affair in Medicine Hat. We'll be back, and it looks like we'll have a new pitcher for the Miller Express when we return. So the Mavs now trail by 1. They left with the bat in hand, up some runs. Now they return. Completely different game. Who knows at this point? I'm not going to try and predict this series, and anybody who tries to, I feel like you're foolish. Nathan Pichot on the mound. Now, if you were to predict that he was going to have a good start to this year, that would not be called all foolish, of course, be unfoolish. And Pichot, an excellent start to his Moose Jaw Miller Express career, was an all-star last year as an affiliate player. You never hear about any players doing that. He is reliable to come in late in games. They love using him with the lead. And Michael Gonzalez said in a 1-run game or a 2-run game that he would make an appearance this weekend. This is that time.
Yeah, we finally get it. We get the treat, and you want to see best on best, and this is Moose Jaw's best.
Wallazek ranging up over to first. It's swept and it's caught for out 1. Phenomenal from Ben Wallazek.
Yeah, that's a nice snag to reach up and to get that, and then to settle the feet and to get a throw over there quick enough, accurate, and hard enough to get the out there. It's a really special play.
Takeo Cervantes. Now his first taste of Nathan Pichot. Pichot, a tall figure. Surprised that his name wasn't selected as reliever of the year last year. Went to Mickey McClaskey out of Sylvan Lake, who isn't back in the WCBL this year. Pichot, one of the lowest ERAs in the entire league. Now he's returned to that this year. He has a 0 ERA coming into this game. One ball, no strikes to Cervantes, who gets weak contact here. Going foul and dropping foul. Cervantes was sprinting out towards first base. He'll head back to the plate. Batting behind him is Jaziel Grudelars. Cervantes, not a ton of plate appearances in the young season, and it's because he's been on the mound at times. He's the closest thing that the Mavs have to Ohtani, and he puts in an even deeper workload than Ohtani because of what he can do in the infield.
I haven't really seen it, I think, Truman, since 2022 season. Nate Ewing was the guy then, shortstop, second base, and was the closer in that season, and, kind of did it all for that team that made it to the East Final.
That's a deep pull, James, as this one picked up by Soto. A bouncer to first. It's collected, and it's been a busy inning at first base for Garen Plummer, who's caught 2 off the dirt. Second out, ticked up by Pichot, and now he'll see a lefty batter in Jaziel Grudelars. Grudelars with the high red socks. It's always interesting to see the pants to socks combination. The ratio always different. Grudelars has a ankle brace or foot brace down there, and high socks, short pants, and then a little room in between. So he's almost looks like he's wearing 3 pairs of pants.
It's pretty close to wearing 3/4 pants almost. If he could get a pair of capris on, that would almost do him better, less rolling up.
Pichot. This one right down the line, and it's called foul. It's about as close as it gets over there at third base, and Ben Wallazek slow to get up as he's checking his hands. May have slid on the gravel down there. Wallazek checking his wrist. He had it taped up prior. Doesn't look like he needs to be patched up.
I don't think he loves it either. He doesn't, would have loved to keep that hand a little safer on that dive.
It's like when you're a kid and you're running too fast on a driveway and you kind of sprawl out. That's what happened to Wallazek there. Fly ball into center field for Grudelars, and Edwards has it in his webbing. That does it for 6. And James, pleasure to have you for a few innings again, and in what's been a very long game so far. So you took some weight off of me here. A lot less words had to come out, and we always appreciate your insight.
Appreciate you having me. We'll talk to you again soon.
We'll do it again. You bet. Top of 7. We've arrived. It's been a long way to this point. This game tipped off at 2:05 p.m. local time here in Medicine Hat. It is now 4:42 local time. So we are getting close to the 3-hour mark, and we're still in the 7th inning. The Moose Jaw Miller Express with a 1-run lead. Talked about it as a seesaw affair, a tug of war, but the best way to describe these two teams are two worthy opponents. They've both been on cue today, and this is what we've expected to see this year from both of these teams. Their start wasn't like this, and now they've found their stride, and they get to do it against each other, which makes for a great ball game and a fun one today here at AP. Alex Fidgel has had a fun one in his first Maverick look here. Dots a strike, and he hasn't lost his control at any point. Looking at some of his previous numbers in the WCBL, that's something that stood out, but that's not clear that there's been any of that in his tenure with the Mavericks. And as a senior at PBA, he seemed to be right at home as he gets a long swing and an even longer miss from Ben Walazek. Walazek still trying to get his hands readjusted after the slide that he took over at third base. 2-2 count with nobody out. Top of the order, right around the corner here for the Miller Express. Fidgel gets Walazek to pop up, and Grudelars, this one too far for his reach, and it will tip down and run against the concourse. There's about a dozen kids who went sprinting down, and hopefully none of them colliding. It's the tricky part about coming to the ballpark on this day. You could be walking down low, a foul ball drops, and then kid runs right behind you and almost scares you in many ways. Fidgel turns his attention back towards Walazek. Here's the pitch, and it is going to hit his arm. So that's the second time today that Walazek has been hit by a pitch, and that means first base is under his ownership. Fidgel, 1-1 innings pitched now, 32 pitches thrown, 20 of those for strikes, and he will see Thomas Soto, who has had a day and a half, 2 for 3, 3 stolen bases. I mean, you get used to watching it if you're a Miller Express fan, but it never gets old. Soto, the older he gets, the better he gets. Walazek lunging at first and watches that go by. So does Soto. It's ball 1. Fidgel doesn't seem to change his demeanor, doesn't seem to get stressed when there's runners on, and he's had to deal with a lot of that in this game. Soto, crack of the bat. Calder gonna try for second, and instead he'll just take first, and a smart play by Eric Calder. He could have easily tried to range and throw over, but it's a tough look going that way, and instead he elects to take the easy out. So a runner in scoring position here for the Miller Express. It's Walazek. Franks to the plate. Chris Franks 1 for 3 today, 2 RBIs on the afternoon. He'll set up shop here against Alex Fidgel for the first time he has yet to face him. Fidgel, long look at Walazek and a hit by pitch here. Throw over to second. It's off the front of Volcano's glove, and third base is going to belong to Walazek. I don't see Franks going over to first. He must have not been hit by that pitch. It seemed like it hit his side. I'm not sure how that missed him, but it's going to be Walazek on third and an easier route to home plate now for the 9-hole hitter, and Franks, the 2-hole hitter, still in the batter's box. Fidgel, that one near the arm, just over top of the plate, so it'll miss for a strike. Or miss and won't be a strike. Fidgel. First time that his control has been lost here. 3 straight balls thrown to Chris Franks. Waiting on deck is William Edwards. Chance to make it a 2-run lead here for the Miller Express. And Fidgel back into the strike zone here. paints that one on the left-hand side. Couple of bodies on the berm. I noticed those bright yellow shirts right near the batter's eye. That always makes it tough for hitters. Not hard here for Franks as he drops this into left field. It'll be 2 bags for the 2-hole hitter, and coming across to score is Ben Wallazek. It is now a 12-10 lead for the Miller Express. Nobody warming up in the Mavericks bullpen. Same can be said for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. William Edwards coming up, and there'll be a runner in scoring position for him as well with the 1 out. Edwards from New Zealand. You don't see a whole lot of players come from that area and end up in the WCBL. Vigil from Lethbridge, so not far from here. Just over 2 hours, and I guess it depends on how fast you're driving as well. I know some people that can make it a short trip. Vigil 0-1. A runner at his back. Here comes the dealing, and this one sent over into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Coming in to score is Chris Franks, and a double for William Edwards adds an RBI to his total. And we spoke of the 6-7 dance earlier, and he does it on said day, so playing into the fun here is William Edwards, and I'm sure every kid in the crowd will appreciate that, even those in Maverick jerseys. Edwards now 3 for 4 today. He doubles and Frank scores. Jimmy Kurtz 0 for 3. 2 completely different days for the last 2 batters. But if you're on the winning side of things, it doesn't really matter. And that's what every player talks about in this league. They want to win. Of course, you'd like to get your velo up and you'd like to work on your athleticism and finding the zone. But winning is all that matters when it comes to the end. And this one nearly over the end of the park as it drops for 2 bags, and in to score is Edwards' first hit of the afternoon for Jimmy Kurtz, and it is now a 13-10 ball game. Double after double, the Miller Express continue to push their lead up ahead. No discussion here with Vigil. Nate King heading down to the bullpen. It looks like local boy J.J. Harnett, who hasn't pitched at home yet, will start to warm up. Vigil looks down towards home plate, and he sees Garen Plummer there this time around. Strike hits to Plummer. Miller Express have scored 4, 2, and 3 innings in the last 3 innings. That has given them the lead. It's 14-10. And extra base hits have been the name to their game, at least in the latter half of today's affair. Time called here at home plate, so Plummer will back off. So will Vigil, and will reconvene. Pacey Phillips waiting on deck. Breeze getting a little bit louder out there now, so wind will start to play into this game. Vigil jammed at the hands there as Phillips reaching out as if he were to receive the ball, but he lets it go into the netting. Ahead here is Vigil 0-2. As mentioned earlier, it's his first appearance with the Mavericks, and that important to note. You're unfamiliar with your teammates and your surroundings. It can be tough to get into your comfort zone, and we're seeing a bit of that here for Vigil. Doesn't seem stressed at all. Here's one over towards Johnny Volcano. A tough play. He'll double clutch, and that one hits the dirt, falls out of the glove of Calder, and another inning that just continues to log on here for the Mavs defense. I'm surprised I haven't seen a meeting at the mound. The Mavericks have had a lot of those in this game, so you don't want to use up one more. Phillips stretching down at home plate, and now there's 2 on for him with the 1 out, and looks like there's still some exchanging of the guards over at first base. First base coach will take those to the dugout, and it'll allow for Player at first to put an oven mitt on, that's Plummer. Vigil. This one over towards Cervantes, and he overran it. This should allow for a run to score, and Grudelar's going to go to third right on target. They're going to get that runner, so Plummer is out. But another run in. It's now a 15-10 lead for the Miller Express. Jacob Mraz, the next batter for Moose Jaw. One less guy on the base path, and Grudelar's again with a perfect delivery to Roth. They've been on the same page in this game. He had one in one of the first 2 innings of this game. Vigil peers over towards first base. That pitch is going to be outside. During the break here, we'll talk about some of the Mavs pitchers and their workloads as of late. It's something that isn't as discussed as much in this league, of course. Pitch limits are there, and that gets brought up. There's some guys that can't throw as often as others. A lot of the seniors have green lights as they're done their collegiate careers, so they let them at it. In terms of Mavs pitchers this year, before this game, there were only 2 guys who entered pitching over 10 innings, both of them starters. Vigil, a bunt attempt here, and that over the head of Grudelar's. So Mraz, in a game that his team's winning by 5, deciding to bunt here and continue to move the runners along, which is something that Moose Jaw has done well throughout the last 3 days. Vigil into his palm. A long stare down here, longer than usual, and Mraz is going to foul that off towards the bullpen. It'll be picked up on the ground by one of his relievers down on that side. And a plethora of kids, they're hounding the pitchers. I'm sure they've grabbed plenty of autographs from the Moose Jaw Miller Express players. It's different on the Mavericks side. You don't really have that accessibility because of the patio down there that is exclusive to those who have purchased it for the night, usually companies or parties. This fouled off by Mraz, and it'll take a long roll all the way down near one of those patios. It ends on the top half of the Mavericks dugout. But on the far side, a chance to heckle the players for lots of young fans and a chance to catch a lot of foul balls. Of course, the batting cages are down there, so they do get in the way of some of the action. But every time a ball goes that way, you see a swarm or a herd of about 15 different kids charging after the ball, especially on a day like today. Fouled off by Mraz. 2-2 is the count, and a calm hush over this crowd. It's not because they're calm in a good way. It's because I think all the stress that was felt prior in a 1-run game has been relieved, and with the Mavs playing from behind now by 5 and still not out of this inning, I think it's created a bit of exhaustion for lots of fans, and a couple have left, but still a steady crowd here as this game's gone along. But we're nearing supper time as 5 o'clock's right around the corner. Full count to Jacob Mraz. Two outs, still a guy on second. And the catcher's gear still on Evan Spirianis, who's batting behind Mraz, so he's ready for whatever the occasion presents. And a ground ball will go towards Calder, who couldn't reach out and get it. Another run will come in for the Miller Express. It's now a 6-run ball game. But for how much time this inning has taken, it feels like it's about 60 runs that the Moose Jaw Miller Express have put up. Talk about giving away big innings. The Mavericks have had the biggest inning of the day, scoring 7 in the 4th, but it's been the steady progression that the Miller Express have been able to offer. They've had 4+ innings 3 separate times in this game, or runs rather, in innings, and 14 hits throughout the afternoon. The Mavericks 12 on their side, 3 errors for Medicine Hat, none for Moose Jaw. Good, clean baseball on their end. Vigil struggling to exit here, and Harnett has ramped up his movements over in the bullpen. This over to Schnabel in center. He's going all the way back to the wall. Will get behind it and make the play. That's out number 3. That is the end of the top of the 7th. Another track meet here as the Miller Express using their speed on the base path and using the extra base hits to their advantage. 3 of those in the inning, helping to score 5 runs. And we spoke of the speed throughout this weekend. Let's highlight it and show you what the numbers say. In last year's summer, it was Ben Walazek and Thomas Soto who had the first and second most amount of stolen bases amongst returners to the league this year. Bernie Sakaris, who won the batting title in Lethbridge, had 19 of his own. Nathan Houston and Ethan Murdoch, both Saskatoon Berries, had 18 and 13 apiece. And Ricky Sanchez, the longtime veteran in Okotoks, he's been in the league longer than any other player so far back as, I think, before the pandemic, has had 14 a season ago. So those names to watch out for in terms of speed. And mentioned pitchers and their work and the innings they've put in for the Mavericks, and said that only 2 guys have reached the double-digit mark, and those being Archer and Centella, who many Mavs fans would consider the best of the best within the staff. Jax Graham, a relief option, a long reliever, 7 and 2 innings pitched this year. Julian Picorni had 1 relief appearance, and then the start yesterday where he went 5, and then Brant Spencer, 5 and 2 innings pitched. He collected the win against the Swift Current 57s, I believe, in Saskatchewan, and then the Mavs were on their last road trip. And he was a former Swift Current 57, so getting a win against his former team was good. 68 innings pitched as a team this year for Medicine Hat. As we stretch in the 7th inning here, we'll get a short sponsor advertisement here from the Flow Sports crew, and then be back in 15 seconds or so. Bottom of the 7th inning starts with Josh Stark. Nathan Pichot back out onto the mound, and he begins with a strike to Stark. His last plate appearance, it was a home run for the Mavs 9-hole hitter. Scooped up off the ground, sent back up to the pitcher's mound for Pichot. Nathan Pichot shaking off a variety of pitches there, and now he's got what he wants here against Stark. Stark grounds towards first. A body catch there by Plummer. He'll tap. That's out number 1. Miller Express sound on defense throughout this game, and that really has been the difference. The Mavericks with quite a bit of commotion, and there's been a couple of plays that were close to being errors that weren't ruled as such, and that is what has got them into a bad spot. It's part of the reason they trail by 6 runs now after having the lead not long ago. Pichot, strike 1 to Schnabel. Mavs tip over to the top of their order. That one high in the zone for Pichot, but he makes good work of it, and he's froze Schnabel twice now. Still plenty of busybodies running around in the stands. Mentioned it in right, but the concourse has been filled today, and every player wearing their own jersey, which is quite unique. Schnabel down on strikes. It'll bring up Blake Dale. And mentioned some of the funky names that come with these teams. The jersey's pretty basic. A logo on the front, number on the back. What's always interesting is what teams elect to use the last names and what teams don't. I know as a former little league athlete in this city, mostly playing hockey, when you had your last name on the jersey, there's something sweet about it, because all the pros do. Now, I get it's extra cost for the parents, but always a fun thing to be able to wear your last name. Pichot's last name, a big part of the Moose Jaw Miller Express organization. His dad, Daryl, is the president of things in Moose Jaw. So sometimes you see that and you go, well, of course his kid's on the team. Well, his kid's one of their best players. So I think regardless of what his last name said, he would be on the mound, and making a statement here again is Pichot as he strikes out Blake Dale. Boy, is he fun to watch. One of the best relievers carving up the Mavs lineup.
Yo, Dustin, you going?
Yes.
Can I join you guys? All right, let's go.
Whether it's on the ice or on our app, always play for the fun of the game. Gamble responsibly with Play Alberta.
So we've talked a lot about the performance of Nathan Pichot, but here are the numbers coming into today. He'd only pitched 2 innings with a 0 ERA and 4 strikeouts, and wanted to compare him to the guy that we saw last night in Tanner Hale, who closed out the game and helped the Mavs claim victory for the first time at home. He's pitched 5 innings this year with a 3.60 ERA and 7 Ks. Those are 2 names to watch out for come All-Star time. They could both be in the mix for one of those reliever spots, and have both played a role in the story that has been crafted this weekend between these 2 teams. And J.J. Harnett, the latest name to be added to that list. So let's talk about him. A Medicine Hat kid, fitting again for Medicine Hat Little League Day. His dad coaches ball in town, and I would assume is in attendance for a day like today. And, you know, those family connections around the baseball universe, but especially when they're local, make it really cool. And Harnett, I'm sure this was a dream for him growing up to be able to get into a game, and he's got his opportunity to come out onto the mound now. 4 strikeouts in his first appearance as a reliever for the Mavericks on the road. So he has strikeout stuff, and he'll begin against Ben Wolozek, who hasn't done a lot of that today. He's been on the base a lot. Harnett, quick to the hop here, long leg kick, and that will miss wide. It'll be ball 1 to Wolozek. Harnett, pat to his side. A Yankees fan growing up, and fitting that he's a reliever. His favorite player is Aroldis Chapman, the flame-throwing closer for the New York Yankees and Cincinnati Reds, and most recently the Boston Red Sox, where he was named the reliever of the year in the MLB last year. And, you know, I can side with Harnett. He was one of my favorite relievers growing up as well. And Wolozek, he keeps getting hit. He must be doing something right down there. And now Wolozek, they're going to say that it hit the ground first. Is that what was indicated by the umpire? Interesting conversation that continues to run down there. Wolozek always willing to get into one of those. And now the coach over at third base, and which I believe is Michael Gonzalez, who's commanding that area, he's getting in a word with the umpire as well. He was with Wolozek last year, so the two know each other well. Wolozek, there's always this thing about crowding the plate. I remember watching the Regina Red Sox at the start of the year, and there were a couple guys that were teetering that line, and you'll see that on every single team. It's a bit of a loophole. It's not cheating, but at the same time, if you ask the right person, they might say that it is. I'm not sure if Wolozek was caught leaning there, but he's caught swinging here. J.J. Harnett, welcome to the K-Zone as he gets his first strikeout as a Maverick at home. I know his parents are definitely proud. 1, that he's just in the game, but 2, now that he's found success against at least one batter. Now to see Harnett is Thomas Soto. Harnett starts him with a fastball, and that one fouled off down towards the patio and those long trees that make up the boundary of Athletic Park on the far side. Harnett's ready to go. Looks like he's got a quick stride to his game on the mound. Soto not choking up here, and he's going to swing and foul this one into the netting. PBA Lethbridge is where J.J. Harnett spent his year. He didn't get into a whole lot of games, and that's the same as Josh Stark and Thomas Schnabel. There's a lot of guys that are inexperienced, but all experienced because they played the game for so long. They're just looking for their chance, and Harnett looking to give a good case to his Maverick coaches to why he should be in the game more often than not. Soto behind here, 0-2, 1 out already, and a high pitch here going off speed as Harnett. Harnett gets the signal. He's on cue here with Grudelars reaching out, poking that towards Roth is Soto. He'll glide it towards first, and they get the out, tracking down the speedy Soto, who got a good jump out of the box. Chris Franks, a deep one in his last at-bat. Franks has had a good day, 2 for 4, a double and 3 RBIs. Of course, when there's 16 runs on the board, your chances of having a couple RBIs to your tally are pretty good. But Franks has put in the work today. It was interesting to see him removed from the lineup yesterday. He didn't have a very good Friday night, but his batting average was high coming into that game. He was in the 400s at that point. He looks to be a trusted guy here from Michael Gonzalez as Harnett. 2 quick strikes. His command of the zone is on display, and for a young guy to have something like that, it's impressive. Harnett, quick head nod. Fans clapping together in a high one again. So both times when he started 0-2, he's gone to a pitch high. I'm not sure if that's a part of the formula for Harnett. Of course, you want to keep the batter on his toes. Franks has been all over the ball today. Harnett right back to it. This one sprung out over into left field, and the play is going to be made by Blake Dale on the run. A quicker inning this time around for the Mavericks defense. We will stride into the bottom of the 8th next. It's Evan Morrison to begin the bottom of the 8th. Still the same guy on the mound, Nathan Pisho. We'll see how many innings he gets in here. And it works because he hasn't pitched a lot of innings this year. So they can leave him out there for longer than they usually would when he's in his reliever role and he's worked deeper into the season. Pisho, Morrison will foul it off over towards Chad Pig Martin at first base, who, in a less than impressive effort there from Pig. I mean, he's a longtime baseball player, and he couldn't grab that ground ball with his left hand. Pitch to Morrison misses, but Pisho's ahead 1-2. Pisho, quick deal. He sends it high. There's some similarities between Pisho and Harnett. They both work very quickly. They both fill up the strike zone. They both get up early in the count. And they're both still very young, so their future in the WCBL, well, we're still yet to find out where that might lead. Maybe they'll even move up to some of the higher summer leagues as this one into the air. Morrison out towards left center, and it is grabbed onto by William Edwards for the first out. So Morrison out. Carter Roth, who's had a decent day, will come back up. Morrison now 0 for 3 today. I believe he was 1 for 4 a night ago. Carter Roth 3 for 4 today. He's ignited the offense, a double and 2 RBIs for number 10. Pichot taking strike one is Roth. He won't even offer at it. Pichot deals, poking that one out into right field. This could be 2 bags for Roth, who's got the Jets on, not stopping at first base, and he is into second easily. Standing up is Roth. He'll shoot an arrow to the sky, and it's a runner in scoring position for the Mavericks with 1 out in the bottom of 8. And Eric Calder, he's been one of the premier hitters in the Mavericks lineup. Him and Roth both have made an impact on this game already, an impact this season. He'll come back up here with a chance to score. Roth from second base, and both guys from Ontario as well. So I guess if you find success in this league, being an Ontario native doesn't hurt you. There's plenty of guys. You could go down a long list that have done well, and the same can be said for the new Canadian Baseball League, the Pro League down in Ontario. There's plenty of Alberta guys who are playing well out there, including the likes of former Maverick Jaden Babiuk as Calder over into right field, Roth in to score. Makes it a 5-run game here. Mavericks on the board in the bottom of the 8th. So Calder will set foot at first, give his stuff off, and wait for Volcano to come up. It's been a long day for Volcano at shortstop. He's had some plays that you see him make regularly and some plays that he wishes he probably could have had back. But it's been steady again for the Mavericks veteran. And he's crawling up the all-time ranks in terms of most games played by a Maverick. I thought the final total would never be reached by anybody. I think it's Brian Arthur who has the most games played, and he played here for like 5 years. Volcano is getting really close, and he started as a Lethbridge Bull for one season, then came to the Mavericks when they went to the championship, and that was in 2023, part of the 24, 25, and now 26 Mavericks groups. 1-1 count to Volcano with Calder at first base. Pichot stands tall, delivers. Hard hit over to short. Soto flips to second, looking for 2, off to first, and they get him. The Miller Express put together a double play. Haven't seen one of those from them in a while, but it comes in a key moment with a runner on and only 1 out. A quicker inning than expected for the Mavericks, and that has been the theme of today. The defense on one end from Moose Jaw, it has been tight. It has been firm. They've completed everything that has come their way. No errors. The Mavericks a bit more sloppy in their department. And that's why the hits are very close and the score is quite different as we head into the top of 9 here. It looks like the Mavericks will go with a new pitcher out on the bump, and we'll see who that is when we come back. But not the day that the Mavericks expected. It didn't look like we were going to get to this point when things kicked off. And after that Josh Stark home run just a couple innings ago, it looked like Medicine Hat was in control. But their struggles at home still evident here today. Well, here's a fun one for you. Derek Archer, usually a starter for the Mavs, started in 2 games this year, making his first relief appearance as a Maverick as he's in for the top of the 9th inning. And I think the only thing that explains this in a 5-run game is that, one, the Mavs still have confidence that they can come back if they get a clean inning. They obviously, the proof is in the pudding. Archer can provide that, but his family is up here. His girlfriend and his mom, they were buying some Mavericks merch the other day, all the way from Missouri. Swing and a miss as Archer gets Edwards flailing. And so the chance to do it in front of your folks, just a little bit better and a little bit sweeter for Archer. He kicks and deals here. 3 consecutive pitches to get one of the league's top hitters in Edwards. Derek Archer. Not a surprise that he's been this good being a senior and knowing where his head's at. But he made that look like just any regular human out there, and that is not a guy who I would describe as regular in William Edwards. So now he'll go toe-to-toe with Jimmy Kurtz. It hasn't been a good day for Kurtz at the plate. A guy who the Miller Express believe in. As a lefty, is a guy that they feel can add to their lineup. Of course, losing Austin Gurney, who's been a primary lefty in their lineup for the last couple of years. Kurtz is 1 for 4 today. He had the double in an RBI in his last plate appearance. But before that, a couple of strikeouts for the tall left-hander. Already 0-2 here, filling up the zone. Making a habit of it is Derek Archer. One deep breath for Archer here. He'll stare down Kurtz. And that one is low. Kurtz doesn't generate a swing. Archer will dust off the pants here. And a fun fact about those Maverick pants that you see all the time. Apparently this is the new solution for getting dirt out of them. If you bring them to a wash station, or I guess you could call it a car wash, and you spray them down with those brushes, apparently it gets all the dirt out. I was just told this the other day. I'd never thought of that before. But what you're supposed to do after you bring it there is then bring it home and put it in your own dryer and even put it through the wash one more time. But that is the formula that lots of parents are using these days. And I assume that there will be plenty of dirty pants because of how many kids are playing over on that right-hand side. And there is some shale in the foul area. Lots of sliding and playing ball being done down there. I'm sure there's a couple mini games going on. And Archer on a full count rings up Kurtz, and he's in disbelief. I'm not sure that comes from that he didn't believe that that was a strike. I think he just was confused to how it got there. 2 quick outs for Archer. Garen Plummer will take his time as he takes a jog around near the left side of the plate, steps in, looks over at Archer, gets ready to rumble. Archer, that in and out of the glove, and I think there might have been a mix-up there between him and Grudelars. Some confusion just judging on the body language from Jaziel. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Plummer. Archer. A big swing this time around from Plummer, who he challenged head on. Archer, a big Missouri sports fan, loves the St. Louis Cardinals. His girlfriend said she does as well. A St. Louis Blues fan. And if you ever drive by him in the city of Medicine Hat, you'll know it's him because he has a St. Louis Blues license plate. And I'm not sure there's a ton of Blues fans up in Alberta. Of course, Gretzky played there, and his reach is quite long, at least I hear, in the hockey world. So I'm sure a couple of fans were birthed in because of him playing there. But Archer, a native, of course, of Missouri, so it was more natural for him. Now a 2-2 battle here with Plummer. Archer looking for one more strike, and to pair with it, one more out. Archer reaching up high was Grudelars. The count runs full for the 2nd consecutive time. If we see one more batter, it'll be Pacey Phillips, who looms on deck. Archer. This one is hammered into right center field, and that will get down, and it'll be more than a base hit. Plummer off to second. He's in there standing up. And after a double in his last at-bat, he gets one in this one as well. And an interesting remark that he sends the way of the Moose Jaw Miller Express dugout. I've never seen that celebration before, and I think the only way you can describe it is a bit crude. 2 outs and 1 on, 1 in scoring position for Moose Jaw after Archer made quick work of the first 2 batters. And now he's got a date with Phillips. Archer checks behind him. First pitch fouled off. Almost a check swing there from Phillips. He was hesitant to go, but he saw how good the pitch looked, and he decided to offer. Getting crossed up, it seemed like there was a bit of confusion a couple of pitches ago between Grudelars and Archer, so they have a quick chat. Looks like there's been a change as home plate umpire points towards the Mavericks dugout. I think that might be defensively. Archer shakes off a couple of pitches, lands on something that he likes. Kicks, deals, and that one is going to miss, so it'll be ball number 2. Friendly for the hitter there is, I think Phillips was even in disbelief that that wasn't strike 2. Archer. Flailing there was Phillips. This one goes far and quite foul. Back to 1 strike away from Archer. The Mavs will get one more chance to swing the bats. This isn't one of those mercy games where you're up by 10 runs. It's only a 5-run lead. So there is some hope, but it's wishful thinking. Going off the side of Phillips. Doesn't look to be shaken up, so he'll adjust his pants and then step back up to the batter's box. Everybody in the infield playing quite deep. Could say the same for the outfielders. Way back is Schnabel in center. Archer only focused on one thing, and that's Phillips, who's in his headlights. Here's the pitch. It's going to land low, and count moves to 2-2. Archer heading into this game, 12 innings pitched, 150 ERA, 11 Ks to just 5 walks, only 2 earned runs, and 1 victory for number 40. Here's a hard hit ball in the direction of Volcano, and he's going to bobble it. Trying to score here is Plummer, and losing the ball was Grudelars. I think missing the plate initially was Plummer as well, and there's a lot of pieces to what just transpired. Volcano with a couple of mistakes defensively there. An interesting play by Plummer to try and score from a long way out. And then Grudelars couldn't handle the throw in from Volcano, which would have been on time in most cases. Phillips is over on first. I'd be shocked if that's an earned run. It doesn't look like it is. Now 4 errors on the day for the Mavericks. Swing and a miss here. Archer starting Mraz off with a strike. Mraz will take his time, and one thing you got to know about Moose Jaw is they play till the end, even with a lead. I mean, I've seen games that have approached double-digit leads where they still have guys bunting to try and get the runner across. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but it has been something that has appeared in the past. 1-1 here between Archer and Mraz. That one high to Mraz, so he'll take for ball 2, and Archer is behind, which is something you rarely see. Wind now changed directions again. It's now kind of a swirling wind. We'll see if that causes confusion for the outfielders. Throw to first. A fast one there from Grudelars. Calder was a bit out of position. He still made the catch, but it would have been tough to lean back and get it. Of course, he was in the right position for the defensive setup for the Mavs, but out of position more so for the throw. I'm not saying he was in the wrong spot overall. And a walk here. Mentioned how low the walk numbers are for Archer. Some frustration brewing in the crowd as well. I don't know if I heard boos, but definitely some distaste for a walk here late in the game, especially with how quick the first 2 outs came. Here's Evan Spirianis. Spirianis behind the plate for all of this game. He's 0 for 2 with just 1 RBI. Archer. Strike to Spirianis. Mavericks will play against Swift Current tomorrow. That's a team that the Miller Express will also see in their next couple of games. Moose Jaw will have a couple of dates with Weyburn in there. An off day tomorrow. The Mavericks, starting on Friday, will play 11 consecutive games. And I guess that's saying starting on last Friday. So they have a long road of games ahead here. And that's taxing for any pitching staff. Sometimes you just want a day off. I think we all do in our careers. Archer couldn't finish it off here. He'll throw one to Spirianis that doesn't collect the zone. Archer gets the sign into the mitt. Here comes the pitch, and it's fouled off by Spirianis. Slow jog from the ball boy on the right-hand side to pick it up. And I'm sure both ball boys, local ball players, they don't really get to participate in this day as much as some of their teammates do. But they still get to be at the park, and they get to come here every day, which is obviously a lot better. I'm sure that's something they brag about. Spirianis will foul this one off down the first baseline. Archer wants a new ball as that one might have collected a couple of dots and some dust and maybe a few rips on its way down the line. New ball in hand for Archer. Spirianis, same count for him, 1-2. High pitch will make it 2-2. A lot of full counts for Archer. That's not a thing that we see often from him. The walk was a surprise already. And a restless crowd not pleased with it. Archer. Runners are both going to go. Double steal on. Throw over to second. And they shouldn't get it, but there was a strikeout regardless. Throw won't matter. Bottom of 9 upcoming in what has been a long day here for the Mavericks. It's one of those that goes over 3 hours. And in a 6-run ball game where Moose Jaw is in full control, the Mavs will have one more look at it at the plate. Maybe make one more memory for these fans out here. They got to see at least one home run today, which is always the hope when you come to a ball game, but disappointment in that their hometown team unable to convert here against their bitter rivals in the Miller Express, and it'll be Nathan Pichot out again here in the 9th. There's a pitcher in the Miller bullpen just in case things get out of control, but can't remember a time when they have for Pichot. Same defensive look, no changes made. This is the time of the game when you sometimes see guys who aren't in the lineup or come straight off the bench enter the game, trying to get reps for players to see what they're made of, see if they can be factors, what sort of tools they possess. But Moose Jaw hasn't done that in this game. We'll see if the Mavericks go that way. Both teams still waiting on position players. That's another theme of the early season is the full squads for both of these teams are not here. And there could be a guy that arrives mid-year, as me and James had mentioned, a Ryan Harney of sorts, that changes the dynamic of your team completely. So the cast of characters that remains now is probably not the group you're going to see in the finals. And some guys have to go back to school. That's a big part of it. Other guys are on pitch limits. School's first in any sport, as much as I'm sure these student athletes disagree with it, and every little leaguer in the park definitely disagrees with it. Let's throw down to second here. Quick toss by the second baseman Phillips. Soto to Wallazek. Handed off to Pichot. 3 more outs to get here from Moose Jaw. Takeo Cervantes, the first guy to step up to the plate. Cervantes going to Ohlone Community College next year. Originally was at Nevada. And being a guy that's from Nevada, that's a pretty big deal. Of course, that's the biggest school there. You got UNLV as well. Those the 2 most known schools and the biggest powerhouses in the state. Pichot gets contact here. This might be a tough play. And it's going to travel out further into right field. If that's a little bit shorter, than the infielders would be scrambling, trying to reach behind their backs. We saw Johnny Volcano make a catch like that last game. Jaziel Grudelaar is 1 out. He'll see Pichot. Still some warming up going on in the Miller Express bullpen, but probably not anything that's going to need our attention. Pichot, 1 hopper, and it was moving in hot and fooled Soto. Grudelaars will stay at first base. A good piece of hitting there for Jaziel Grudelaars. That's something you can take into the next game. You always want to finish on a high note regardless of whether you're winning or not. That's a solid approach at the plate against Pichot for Grudelaars. Stark has had a good approach all day long. Mentioned the 1 homer. 1 more chance to swing here against Pichot. Ball is low. Stepping out is Stark. Double play would end it here for the Mavs, and that's every Miller Express fan's hope. Pichot turns towards first. Grudelaars will run back, and he's back standing up. Stark ready to go. Quick shoulder check here from Pichot. That one down the pipe. Stark, another far hit. Does this one have the distance? It does! A 2-home run game for Josh Stark. And the Mavericks put a dent into this Moose Jaw Miller Express lead, and there's just 1 out. You never know. Regardless, Josh Stark, another great day at Athletic Park as he goes yard to dead center. And Stark trying to get the crowd amped up here, waving his hands up and down. He's the Mavs leader in home runs. He's got 3 on the season now. You rarely see Pichot give up a home run, and he's going to give up the mound here. We'll get a new pitcher into the game for the Miller Express late here. Thomas Schnabel will be the next guy up, 1 for 4 in today's game. So 2 more RBIs on the board for Josh Stark. And he's got 3 hits, 3 runs in his 5 at-bats, 4 RBIs. What a day. Carter Roth with 4 hits as well. Eric Calder's got 3. You can see where the offense has come from. Anytime you score the double-digit amount of runs, there's got to be a few of those major performances, and those 3 carrying the crew here for Medicine Hat. So we'll see who the new pitcher is in the game for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. It looks like a number 36 moves on to the mound. That will be Jordan Bauer. I was interested to see when we would see Bauer. He's a guy with a 0 ERA through his 4 innings pitched. He can be used in many different spots. We're going to put him in to try and get 2 outs here. He looks to be the real deal through his short time in the WCBL in 2026. Obviously a guy who was with them prior from Torrington, Alberta, so he's familiar with this province. Bauer, a big right-hander. We've seen all of the Miller Express bullpen trio out there today. Bauer and Simon and Pichot, and the Mavericks got to 2 of the guys in that big 3. See if Bauer folds to their pressure as well. It'll be Frankie Giacalone who comes up to bat here. It'll be his first at-bat of the game, so Schnabel is out, Giacalone in. Giacalone from San Diego, California. The traffic's much better here in Medicine Hat, I can tell you that much. Everything I've heard about San Diego is bad traffic, and ooh, that one into the middle of the numbers there. Giacalone off to first base. Sure, he grew up watching the San Diego Padres. Lots of big names to idolize on their team. I would assume once he got older, there was kind of that middle era where not a lot was going on in Padre land. But once they got Manny Machado and Eric Hosmer, yes, I just name-dropped Eric Hosmer. He was an all-star at one point. Fernando Tatis. They've started to figure things out, and they've made it to a couple of deep playoff runs and gotten into the NLCS. But it's been the Dodgers who have always been in their way, and that's their bitter rival. I'm not sure what side of the rivalry Giacalone's on, but being a California guy, oftentimes you'll see most people favoring the Dodgers' way. Giacalone back to first. We'll hone in at Blake Dale, who's facing Bauer for the first time today. He's going to take a strike from Bauer here. It'll be a 1-1 count. Yeah, the Padres, always an interesting case in baseball. So obviously the Juan Soto saga a couple of years ago. It was a guy they had for 1 year who demanded a trade out of Washington, and then it seemed like he didn't enjoy his time there and requested a trade and went to the Yankees and then went off to the Mets. Maybe it's a guy that just couldn't make up his mind. But it seems like San Diego, outside of Machado and Tatis, they've had a tough time holding on to many superstars. Now, if you want to backtrack it way back, at least in my case as a younger baseball fan, Tony Gwynn stayed around for quite a while. So you can hang your hat on that one of the best contact hitters ever enjoyed his time with the franchise. Bauer, 2-2 count. And a swing and a miss as he gets Blake Dale. And now the Miller Express 1 out away from jumping ahead of Medicine Hat in the standings and winning this game, getting the tiebreaker. There's lots that goes with winning on this Sunday. I think the only thing that doesn't work in their favor is they're going to send a bunch of kids home sad. And for that, they should be scolded. I'm kidding, of course. Bauer, head nod. Morrison, swing and a miss on the first offering. Bauer steps off here. Readjusting the defense are the Miller Express. Bauer into his glove. Morrison, a long pause and another swing and another miss. And you can see the frustration after that swing from Evan Morrison. That's one that a couple of years ago you would have seen more often, and that time he knew that he folded to the pressure of Bauer's pitch. Bauer, head in the count, runner gonna go. Morrison out towards left field, should be playable, and it is. That'll do it. Jimmy Kurtz, the final out of this bottom of the ninth, and the Millers They take the weekend series with the Mavericks, winning on Friday and then winning this afternoon. The Mavericks with the one in between. A couple of pitchers used today for Moose Jaw, including the likes of Jordan Bauer, Nathan Pichot, and of course their starter in Gio Lugo, who only didn't even make it through 4 innings, but his bullpen backed him up and his bats did as well. William Edwards, what an afternoon it was for him. Thomas Soto, the guys you expect to see on the scorecard and expect to see pile up lots of hits. Garen Plummer had 3 hits to his name. Chris Franks with 3 RBIs. And even Pacey Phillips, no strikeouts today for a guy who was out yesterday, played second today. He had 2 hits to his name and no errors. The Mavericks, a couple of key performances. Carter Roth with 4 hits. Eric Calder with 3 and 4 RBIs. Josh Stark with 2 home runs in front of his hometown as this large crowd departs. And it's a bit of a bittersweet day, the celebration of baseball in the community, the celebration of the future of baseball in Medicine Hat on display. Lots of fans in attendance, and it doesn't go the Mavericks' way. They'll be back tomorrow against the Swift Current 57s in a makeup game. Supposed to be played last Monday. That's why their off day had been moved around. And Moose Jaw, they will head back home